Good morning, everyone. The June 23rd Board of Directors meeting is called to order. First, I would like to ask Ruth to explain how to access interpretation. Ms. Ruth?
Thank you. The following is an announcement for on-site participants requiring interpreting services. I will repeat the message in English. Buenos días, si usted está presente en la sala de juntas de SANDAG y necesita interpretación al español, por favor diríjase a la recepción del piso 8 y solicite un receptor. Simplemente sostenga el auricular del receptor junto a su oído y la interpretación comenzará automáticamente. If you are joining us today in the SANDAG boardroom and need interpreting services, please check out a receiver from the receptionist on the 8th floor. Simply hold the receiver's earpiece to your ear and the interpreter will come on automatically. And this is an announcement for remote participants. Este anuncio es para quienes participan virtualmente. Para hacer uso del servicio de interpretación, por favor, desplácese a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom donde aparecen los controles. Haga clic en el icono de interpretación, que es el globo terráqueo, y seleccione su idioma. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil de Zoom en celular o tableta, presione los puntos suspensivos, luego Interpretation y luego el idioma. To use the interpreting feature, please scroll to the bottom of the Zoom screen where the meeting controls are located. Click on the interpretation icon, the world, and select your language. If you are joining using the Zoom mobile app on a cell phone or tablet, please press the ellipses, then interpretation, and then choose your language. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and start the meeting with our tribal acknowledgement. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. The tribal nations of the San Diego region has historically faced injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respects to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from the cultural groups the Kumeyaay, the Guiño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Cahuilla. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of the SANDAG community, we acknowledge this legacy and we aspire to learn from Indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustice of the past. With that, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Ms. Francesca, can you take roll, please?
Thank you, Chairwoman. For the city of Carlsbad, Councilmember Burkholder. Present. The city of Chula Vista is absent. The city of Coronado is absent.
No, John Duncan here. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Councilmember Duncan is present. For the County of San Diego, Chairwoman Vargas. Also for the County of San Diego, Supervisor Anderson.
Here.
The city of Del Mar is absent. For the city of El Cajon, Deputy Mayor Goebel.
Here.
The city of Encinitas is absent. Oh, I'm sorry. For the city of Encinitas, Mayor Kranz is present. For the city of Escondido, Mayor White.
Present.
For the city of Imperial Beach, Councilmember Fisher.
Fisher present.
For the city of La Mesa, Councilmember Shu.
She here?
The city of the city of Lemon Grove is absent. For the city of National City, Vice Mayor Molina. Present. For the city of Oceanside, Deputy Mayor Keim. For the city of Poway, Councilmember Frank. For the city of San Diego, Councilmember Campillo.
Here.
For the city of San Diego, Vice Chair Elo Rivera. For the city of San Marcos, Mayor Jones. Here. Councilmember Musgrove is also present. For the city of Santee, Mayor Minto. For the city of Solana Beach, Mayor Huebner. For the city of Vista, Councilmember Melendez. Here. Thank you. And for the city of Del Mar, Councilmember Gasterland is also present now. For, Caltrans, Director Diarra. Ann Fox is also present. For Metropolitan Transit System, Councilmember Chavez. For North County Transit District, Chair Edson.
Present.
Imperial County is absent. For the U.S. Department of Defense, Musca Lake. Here. The Port of San Diego is absent. Excuse me. The San Diego County Water Authority, Mel Katz. I'm sorry, the San Diego County Water Authority is absent. Excuse me. For the San Diego County Regional Airport Authority, Gil Cabrera. And for the City of Chula Vista, Councilmember Cardenas has joined us as well. Mexico and the SCTCA are both absent, and that completes the roll call. We do have a quorum at this time.
Thank you. It's so wonderful to see everybody. We have a really packed agenda today. And for that reason, we're going to go ahead and begin with our non-agenda public comment. This is for both the public and member non-agenda comments. Per our board policy, the amount of time allotted for each verbal comment is determined based on the number of agenda items, the complexity of those items, and the number of persons anticipated to offer comment. This allowed us to hear from as many people as possible and to complete our business while we still have quorum. We have several substantive items on our agenda today to get through and already planning to stay past noon. So based on those factors, for today's meeting, each member of the public will be allowed 1 minute for comments. And so I'm going to turn it over to you, Ms. Francesca, for public comment.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, we have more than 5 people who would like to speak on this item. We currently have 7 in the room and 6 additional on Zoom. So at this time, I'll only be able to call the first 5 who are in the room, and the remainder of the folks who have your hand raised, I will note them and call on you at the end of the meeting when we're able to take more non-agenda public comments. So to start, we'll start with Andrew Bone, if you'd like to step up to the podium, and then we'll go to Alan C.
Good morning, board members. My name is Andrew Bowen. I'm a reporter for KPBS, and I'm here to tell you about a project I've been working on. It's a podcast called Freeway Exit. It's about the past, present, and future of San Diego's freeways. We talk about the history of the 163, the first freeway ever built in San Diego. Jacob Decima, the father of the freeway network in San Diego and the longest-serving Caltrans district director. We talk about Adriana Gianturco, the first woman ever to lead Caltrans, and Highway 252, which was planned to go through your community or one of your district, Chair Vargas, in Southcrest, but was never actually built. A lot of this history has been forgotten, and I think that's a shame. It's worth remembering. And some future episodes will be featuring your CEO, Hassan Ekrada, our current district director, Gustavo, and I'm going to be passing around a postcard. There's a QR code on the back, so you can scan it. That'll take you to the landing page. Maybe you can bookmark it if you're interested, and give it a listen. Thank you so much.
That's cool. Our next speaker will be Alan C., who will be followed by Paul Henkin.
Good morning, board. Funny KPBS mentioned about freeway expansion. We're still waiting since 1987. Before you went on your vacation to Kenya, Chair Vargas, there was an audit. Millions of dollars wasted. One project went from 25 million to over $100 million. Here's a report, yet you ignore it. While you're on your fun run back in Kenya, wasting our tax money, what country do you represent, Chair Vargas? You're in Kenya with the UN? Did this board approve that? You're supposed to represent the people of San Diego. Why was she in Kenya? Board, take action on this because that is wrong. You're voted by the people of San Diego, not the people of Kenya. While you're gone, Transnet found out our tax went to investors. Over $2 million are now going to the bankers with our tax money. Why? Transnet was supposed to be a tax, not a bond. And yet these investors are taking their money away. Do something, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Paul Henkin, who will be followed by Mary Davis.
In a proper Democratic or Republican government, it's one man, one vote. And you can't keep changing the election results either. SANDAG, of course, goes its own way, led by its Agenda 21 internationalist policies. Unfortunately, a small handful of SANDAG board members control a weighted vote that gives more votes to a small minority that are in favor of higher taxes. And they have not been able to come to terms with the fact that people don't want the VMT tax or several other of its failed policies. So let me tell you, we don't want a trolley to TJ, we don't want autonomous EVs, we don't want 15-minute cities either. I don't like you invading our privacy by imposing a privacy statement, giving you permission to spy on us. The way the vote scheme works is that if the regular equal weight vote total is unsat, any two members of the board can call for a weighted vote where San Diego's
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired. I'm sorry, your time has expired and we do need to move on to the next person. Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Mary Davis, who will be followed by Truth. Truth will be our last speaker on this item until we're able to take the rest of the folks just prior to the closed session items.
Francesca. Good morning, Mary Davis here with some insights and asks of this board. One, start tracking EV and lithium-ion battery fires. There were 4 more deaths in New York City last week. It is a growing problem. 2, stop restricting our comment time down to 1 minute. Doing so is a form of censorship and marginalization. 3, I ask you to start tracking this body's own carbon footprint. Given recent jet setting around, I would ask that you lead by example in fighting climate change, track your air miles traveled, as well as your individual respective vehicle miles traveled. Also, in light of Chair Vargas's post about incivility at a recent county meeting, I do want to bring up an incident from Imperial Beach where one of the speakers there made threats. She was displeased with a local business, and so she did basically a shakedown telling them they needed to contribute ongoing contributions to LGBT organization, and to do otherwise, there might be interruptions if they didn't. That was a veiled threat. Thank you so much.
And our final speaker on this item will be Truth. For the 3 folks in the room I haven't called on and the 5 online who have your hands up, we'll call on you just before the closed session items.
Hey, is Truth ready to swoop in like a hawk? Rebecca, I heard about your survey and spread the word. Last meeting on June 9th, John had a great point about how SANDAG's equity has no definition. And silly Sean tried to play it off like everybody's covered. Yeah, right. For example, who gets invested in first? People with disabilities or people historically disadvantaged? And let's really address inequities. How about the weighted vote, giving the county and the city of San Diego control over every other city? The SANDAG presentation and some reps try to say that people don't care about trip time, only convenience. Here's an example of how wrong that is. From the Santee trolley station to the 5th Avenue station, not including bus trips or walking from one's house or to this building, that's at least 1 hour and 30 minutes for a person to make it here. By car, it's 15 to 20 minutes. So don't ever try to sell me the absolute lie that time doesn't matter. Time is money and life. And the camera on speakers needs to be full screen, not a small box. And the last question is, am I part of the SANDAG community? Thank you.
I did want to note for the record also that for the city of Lemon Grove, Mayor Vasquez has joined us, and that concludes the first set of public speakers on this item.
Thank you. And then for members, just a reminder to go ahead and use your clicker thing so that you, if you want to comment. So Ms. Jewel.
Yes, I'm going to switch from my NCTD hat to my LoSAN chair hat. I just wanted to provide a quick update on the latest developments concerning the track closure in San Clemente and the status of the temporary barrier wall project. On June 21st, Caltrans officially declared a transportation emergency in Orange County. This allowed the CTC, California Transportation Commission, to award $3 million in state funding to OCTA, the Orange County Transportation Association. This funding covers approximately half the cost of the track protection project. The remaining half is slated to come from local Orange County sources. This is kind of the woohoo part. Yesterday, MetroLink entered into a contract to build the approximately 250-foot long by 12-foot high soldier pile wall in the LoSAN right-of-way. Should no unforeseen conditions arise, completion of the barrier wall is forecast to be mid-July, which is in time for the resumption of through service before Comic-Con begins and opening day of the Del Mar races. This is not only positive news for our local economy, but the weekend of these events historically produces the highest daily ridership on the Amtrak Pacific Surfliner, making this very good news for the Losan agency as well. Thanks.
See no other, calls back. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to happily report out that in a 5-0 vote, we were able to pass $5.22 million in Carlsbad toward the trenching of the tracks in the village. And I'm looking forward to that money being parlayed to more to help us move this project forward and partnering with this agency. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great to hear. All right, see no other comments from members. We're going to go ahead and move on to agency updates. So I'm going to turn it over to Hassan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning to all of you. It's good to see you. Haven't seen you for a month. That's not usual. You know, something is. So good to be back. Good to see you. And I have very good news to share with you that you already heard about. We learned last week that we got over $260 million as a San Diego region. Specifically, we got $140 million for Ota Mesa 2. $18.5 million is recommended for Harvard Drive 2.0, working with our port, and $103 million is to double track and replace an 80-year-old bridge between Carlsbad and Encinitas. For this amount of funding to come to the region, a small region compared to other major urban areas, you might ask, how does this agency do this? And there is one simple answer, a couple of simple answers, but the first one is the amazing people that write the grants and do the work, do it behind the scene. Many of you will never see them. Today, I asked them actually both from Caltrans District 11 and SANDAG to be here and stand up, please. There's too many names to read, but stand up, the team that did. These are the people who made these things possible. These are the hardworking people that have the trust of funding agencies that believe the partnership that we have, the work we do is credible. Funding agencies that don't listen to the sensational news, but listen to the truth about delivering project. The second main reason is also our partnership. Specifically with District 11, our transit agencies, NCTD, our port, represented today by CEO Joe Stuyvesant. These partnerships work. These partnerships makes it possible to get this funding. This reminds me of a quote from John Lennon that said, "A dream you dream alone is only a dream. A dream you dream together is a reality." So congratulations to all of our teams from all of these agencies for doing amazing work. And not only that, we are being recognized around the country and the state for our work. So I'm going to pass it to my colleague from District 11, Gustavo Dilarda, to tell us about these recognitions. Gustavo?
Thank you, Hassan. And thank you for recognizing the staff that works so hard to make these projects a reality and to bring hundreds of millions of dollars for the region. So a couple of weeks ago, I mentioned that the North Coast Corridor project received the California Transportation Foundation Sustainable Transportation and Environmental Enhancement Project of the Year. But in the last week, the NCC project won a few more awards that I wanted to share with you. The American Society of Civil Engineers recognized the NCC project as the Transportation Project of the Year, as well as the overall project of the year when it comes to not just transportation, but all sorts of infrastructure. And a third award from ASC was to NCC was for the San Elijo Lagoon restoration. And this week, our Caltrans director announced the Caltrans Awards, Excellence in Transportation Awards, which recognize the best transportation awards in the state. And NCC was recognized as the climate action best in the state for the San Elijo Lagoon restoration. And this is basically a recognition of, like Hassan mentioned, the partnerships that we have, not just with the agencies, but also with the contractors. I want to recognize FSSW, and also the Native Collective, which is maintaining some of these environmental sites. I had the opportunity to actually go hiking at the San Elijo Lagoon last Saturday, and it's a great, easy 2-hour hike, recommended to all of you. You can really see and enjoy the fruits of the labor of all of our staff. So thank you again, Hassan, for letting me mention this. And this is the ASC Project of the Year Award. This is your award because this project wouldn't be possible without the support from this board. So if I may, I would like to present this to the chair on behalf of the board.
Thank you, Gustavo. Thank you, Gustavo, and thank you for your partnership. I don't know whether Mario also is here. Alta Mesa 2 is an important project for the region, the state, the country. And I think a lot of people do great work from our partners. I want to mention specifically Federal Highway Administration. The head of the office, Vince Mamano, Monica from the LA office. I think Monica is here somewhere. Monica, thank you for being partners, for trying to work with us. More work to be done, but we're going to hear some good news soon. I also want to share with you that it's not official yet, but very soon we're going to hear good news from Washington about getting significant amount of money to complete the design finally for Palomar and Chula Vista for the greater crossings, but we'll talk about that next week. I recently returned from Metropolis World Congress in Brussels. I was honored to be invited. I was honored that SANDAG was invited to speak about San Diego and the region. If you haven't been in Brussels, it's an amazing city. Be ready to eat French fries and everything you order. Seafood, steak. I don't know what it is about French fries, but they're famous for that. Brussels is a city of 1.6 million people. You could walk for hours and not see many cars. It's a functioning city. Took high-speed rail from Brussels to Paris. A distance that will take 4 hours to drive. The high-speed rail took 1 hour and 15 minutes. Yes, Brussels is more dense, but it was really nice to see a multimodal transportation system that works. And I hope we will have a multimodal system here in San Diego that works for all of us. It was an honor to be invited and meeting with mayors from other world capitals, world cities, talking about challenges. And you're not going to be surprised that I learned that the challenges are similar, but different in scale. Homelessness, traffic, sustainability, climate change. And so, again, it was an honor for SANDAG to be invited, an honor for me to be there representing all of you. In other good news for the community, yesterday we celebrated the launch of Ride Fact Now. It's a new and first of its kind, on-demand, specialized transportation service in our region. This is something community desperately needs, and it's consistent with our innovation that we strive to achieve here. The week before I left, I want to thank Council Member Bickholder from Carlsbad and thank her staff for their partnership with us to provide matching for some funding we're getting. It was amazing when we partnered with cities to do the right thing. I also want to let you know that last Saturday, we co-hosted a very successful beach cleanup with the Surf Foundation in Imperial Beach. I want to thank Councilman Fisher for participating, and I'm going to give him the floor if he want to say a few words about the experience of the cleanup.
Thanks, Hassan. You know, it was great to have so many people down in Imperial Beach. A lot of people, first time they'd visited down there. So the efforts to continue going through the region to help our small little city continue. We're so grateful. You know, the water quality issues have been ongoing, but it was nice that we had people who donated their time. We had lots of families down there to go out and pick up trash. I guess my purview is that they'd kind of stay within a sight distance of home base. These people walked miles all the way down to the river mouth and picked up trash. And it was great to have that there. So we're thankful for the partnership with Surfrider Foundation and with SANDAG and the staff that was there. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we had over 120 volunteers to do that. We are making progress in our other priorities, the smart corridors in North County, airport connection, purple and blue line reconfiguration. As a matter of fact, the Purple Line study, we executed the consultant contract and we're ready to proceed. The development of the 2025 regional plan, which you already heard about last week, you're going to hear about today. So all the SANDAG priorities are well and alive. I want to conclude by saying this is an amazing organization simply because it has an amazing staff. And I'm honored to cheerlead them, but it's just that, amazing staff, amazing partnership. We're the envy of the state when it comes to working with our Department of Transportation. We're going to continue to work hard to bring money to the region, to move the region forward and implement the 5 big moves. Thank you, Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And for my report, I wanted just to share really quickly that yesterday I was on a panel with California's Transportation Secretary Talks, and he asked and will be coming to connect with all of us and really think about how we can bring additional dollars to the region. It was a wonderful conversation, particularly being able to share with some of our local legislators who were at this meeting, some of the discussions that we've had here around RENA 2.0 and what that looks like and the needs are and the flexibility for our local communities. So I wanted just to share that with you because I hear you loud and clear and doing my best in every one of these settings that I have an opportunity to share some of your concerns and see how come we can move this forward. Yes, indeed, last beginning of the couple, I don't know, it feels like forever, but I was able to participate on behalf of SANDAG and the region at the UN Habitat Program Assembly. And it was a 19% U.S. delegation led by the State Department and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Again, a lot of opportunities came out of that. Happy to share more information on that. Wanted to share that our recruitment, our independent performance auditor position recruitment is going really well. I want to thank the audit committee, our vice mayor from National City, who is already doing a lot of different things. Thank you for your volunteering in that process. I've been working closely with Pam Derby, have had a couple of calls with her to make sure that we're moving forward. There's been about 20 to 25 applications that have been received. She continues to have conversations with the applicants. I want to make sure that everybody is aware that we're going to have the interviews. The top candidates are going to be invited to be interviewed by the audit committee. And then the top 3 candidates are going to be forwarded to the board for final interview. And to me, this is really important. I think in the past, we had noted that the board would conduct interviews on July 28th. But because we're doing the regional planning and we have so much other work to do, I'm going to go ahead and call a meeting for July 20th from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30. And so all of you who are interested, please put that on your calendars. I know it's a short notice, but we're trying to move around schedules so that we can make that happen. And there will be some information being shared with all of you today so that people can participate in that process. And if for some reason you can't, feel free, we will find other methods so that you are able to share those questions with other colleagues and those questions are answered as well. Like I said, the special meeting is going to be dedicated to the interviews and then we're going to have our regular business meeting on July 28th. With that, I also wanted to share that I've been meeting with Jonathan Frankel, the chair of our Independent Taxpayer Oversight Committee. I've asked him to reach out to some of you, well, all of you actually, and ask so that they can come back to a future meeting because it's important that we work on the ITOC and what they do. And so I wanted to make sure that people who had questions or concerns, you're able to chat with him because we're going to be bringing back the Transnet Amendment that ITOC requested earlier this year for us to be considered. Consider it again. I know that we have a lot of new members. There's a lot of questions. And so I want to make sure we get that done. And then last but not least, several of us are invited to join a meeting that the California State Transportation Agency is hosting next week to discuss the importance of the Lausanne corridor and how we can work together to move forward on the long-term realignment. So proud to be representing SANDAG. It really is another full-time job. So, but it's exciting to be doing so much good work for our communities on behalf of our communities. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to public comment and then to my colleagues, if you have any comments that you would like to add, feel free to make sure that you put your name on the with the clicker. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We have 5 public commenters on this item. We'll start with Alan C. in the room and then go to Mark. And after Mark, we'll go to the original draw on Zoom.
Well, again, concerning Imperial Beach, the cleanup, that's pretty good you set that up. But our beautiful beaches are still being shut down multiple months during the year. As brought up a few years ago, and I don't know why it has not been done, why don't you guys protect our beaches by saying every day the beach is shut down because of Tijuana sewage, close the border. Yes, it's a radical move, it's a bold move, but you want to have the beaches cleaned up, that is probably, you'll see more people jump through hoops to get that done. Mayors, push that through. Every day our beaches are shut down, close the border of commerce. Let the people get across and need to get to their homes, but close the border of commerce. That will make stuff happen and get our beautiful beaches open again. Our #1 tourist draw is our beaches. Look how many days they got shut down this last year. So you went to Brussels. I thought you were representing San Diego. You're not even elected official, sir. And yet you went to Brussels? Board, what is going on here? One's in Kenya, one's in Brussels with our tax money. I yield back.
Our next speaker will be Mark, and after Mark will be the original draw.
Mark, obviously I don't have time, that's intentional, so people need to see these videos in case there's anyone out there that's not being paid, or any of you in the areas that are not weighted vote. You need to see these videos. There are times listed at the bottom. These are YouTube titles. The Rosa Corey video is the most important one. Here it is in the larger letters. That's the title. You need to see Goodbye American Sovereignty. This is literally on how they're replacing our government with these foreign unelected to what they're doing, councils. This is Corporation Nation, all the money they're hiding from us while they tell us they don't have money for libraries or teachers and all this total bullshit lies. This is the SANDAG meeting where they were doing a bunch of this. Of course, all of you know this. This is all based on the lie of climate change. There is climate change, of course. The climate's always changed. It is mostly caused by the sun, not by carbon emissions. Certainly, although it should be, we should progress towards something away from fuel eventually. There's no immediate imminent danger, but they're using it to change your government. Here is the most reputable climatologist in the world, founder.
Sir, your time has expired. Sir, your time has expired.
Yeah, it's always expired. 1 minute for us.
Our next speaker is Mark. If you'd like to go ahead and step up to the podium, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. The next speaker is Truth. If you'd like to step up to the podium, and then we'll go to the original draw on Zoom.
Got lucky. All right. Nora, nice of you to rejoin us. I thought maybe you gave up your American citizenship to become a card-carrying internationalist. Did you get to dance in Kenya? Were you able to drive into Barcelona's low-emission zones? Do you feel special with all the treasonous orders your bosses at the UN gave you? Well, puppets aren't special. They're a dime a dozen. But here's part of a John Lennon song for you. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Next, Hassan. How can I get to Brussels without emitting GHGs? And I know it was you who blocked the audit, but I'm glad that you were honest about it. That's pretty good. But why don't you tell everyone that SANDAG has over $65.5 million worth of investments in companies such as Apple, Chevron, Microsoft, and Pfizer. Chevron reveals complete GHG hypocrisy, but many people would call that Pfizer one blood money. Now that's sensational truth. Look at this. I got a couple of seconds. I can say anything I want. Well, there you go. I think I said it all. John Lennon, communist.
Our next speaker is the original draw, who will be followed by Blair Beekman. And you can go ahead when you're ready.
The virtue signaling of going and engaging in treasonous acts with globalists who are set out to destroy everything and are setting out to take every nation's sovereignty next year. So great. They're working on it. You guys are very good puppets. So the gloating about this is actually terrifying, and everybody needs to understand who these people are that they are engaging in, that they are listening to globalists over the own community and dictating, letting them decide what happens in our community, all while you shut the people up when they want to come and tell you if they don't like what you're doing. But you're just good at, being puppeted around, and you wonder why you get the money is because you guys play the game so well. You're just really good at listening to your owners and doing what they say. So you're going to get all this money. But do you get money when it really counts for stuff that really matters in the county? No, because there isn't any. Dang it. But man, when you play this game, you get all the money in the world, right? Good job.
Our next speaker will be Blair Beekman, who will be followed by Mike Bullock.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I have a different approach. I'm trying to understand that there is a lot of policy making and ideas, at least, coming down from these international levels. And it's up to ourselves, the local level, to make sense of these policy ideas and make them decent and of our local area and community. And that takes work from ourselves. Nora is actually kind of a representative who we can talk to and actually now talk to UN officials more and start to make real demands of those UN officials here at the local level. So I'm interested in what Nora's doing. Thanks for your work. For her work. I wanted to comment, just thank you for allowing public comment at this time. The housing ideas she offered, I'm interested in the city of San Diego with our housing issues. Can you guys try to work on flexibility to talk more often about very low affordable housing development at this time for the unhoused? We don't talk about that enough. You're locked into not talking about that enough. Thanks.
Our final two speakers will be Mike Bullock and Voter. Mike Bullock, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I love the CEO's comments about Brussels, where there is less driving. And we're going to need to do less driving. And something has occurred, which is very important to our mission. And so I want to talk about that. As we know, our first climate mandate is to reduce emissions to 40% below what our 1990 level was. And that is for year 2030. It's set by state law, SB 32, and we can't ignore that. CARB's new scoping plan shows what is required, and it calls for a 25% reduction in per capita driving. Now we know that for the 2021 RTP, CARB only required a 19% reduction, and that's for 2035. So what's happening is the new scoping plan reduction is 30% more from 19% to 25%, and it's 5 years sooner. And it states that we must have managed car parking. And we
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker will be Voter. You can go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning. Yes, my message is very simple. I'm appealing to your hearts and minds that you remember why you're there. You're representing the communities. Our communities are not rich. You have a spectrum of income levels. Please, when you submit something to the state that does not provide an alternate plan to pay for all these global initiatives, climate changes from the infrastructure, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter if you want to call it a road user fee. In the end, it's coming out of families' pockets. And when you do that, you affect every child. You speak about your concern about the food shortages, the unhoused. Where do you think that money's going to go to? You can't be representing the unions only. There's
Chairwoman, that concludes the public commenters.
Thank you. Member comments, Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. I just had a comment, and it's regarding the 2025 regional plan Director Crowder brought up. I actually went on a tour this week to see the potential site of the port property for the Central Mobility Hub, which honestly, I implore all of my colleagues to actually do that because it is a good location. It's right by the train tracks. It's right by the trolley, and everything is just literally right there and right next to the airport, as a matter of fact. I mean, you can see the runway right from it. So I wanted to, we've already spent over $24 million kind of doing studies on things. And I'd actually like full transparency on that. If we could get everything that we've spent to date, where that actually has gone in detail and what work product we have actually received on that, that would be helpful. But I really, I hope that all of my colleagues actually go and look at that property because it does make a lot of sense. Honestly, the only thing that has made sense so far, as far as a central mobility hub, in my opinion. So anyway, thank you, Chair.
Okay. So I just wanted to say, I actually went and did that tour as well about probably a month ago or something. I can't remember when it was. And then I also asked our team member, and I apologize, is he here today? Ryan was with me. And so him and I are working together, and I've asked him to put a memo together with all the details and then offer all of our members, particularly the new members, anything that they need so that they are able to get sort of how much money we spend, where we are, and they can get specific briefings on some of these projects. Some of these projects folks have been working on, SANDAG has been working on for many years, and some of your colleagues before you voted on some of this. And so that's where the direction has gone. So I felt it was appropriate. So I appreciate your comments.
Oh, can I mention one more thing? It would be good to have actually SANDAG take the lead on that because the port did invite me to come look at that. I'm not sure why we're not doing that, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they invited you because SANDAG, me, asked them to invite you and all of the members as well. So
Perfect.
that's how it came about.
Thank you, Chair.
And
You got it.
Chairwoman, this item is coming to the board. The second meeting in July will be actually complete item with everything on the airport connection from the beginning to now. We did send out many times what has been done, where the money was spent, but we will bring it again to the second meeting in July for a full discussion of this board.
But I do again want to encourage members, if you have any questions, go visit, and then also speak to the team that are the experts working on this on a day-to-day basis, because they can get a lot of your questions answered before the meeting, and then you can always bring them up during the meeting so that the public knows what they were, but it's helpful that way. So thank you again for having me and for all the work that all of you are doing. All right.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Excuse me. In the past, you have been so kind to request memos be sent out to this board, and I haven't received any of those yet. So I just want to make sure that there's something in place where we are actually receiving the information that you're asking to be put out.
All right, I will make sure that I follow up to see what the status of that is. Thank you. Anything else? All right. The next item on the agenda is our consent agenda, item numbers 3 to 15. And so I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman. As a reminder to the public, we're taking the comments on the consent agenda as a whole, so you'll have 1 minute. Our first speaker will be Truth, who will be followed by Martha.
All right. Item 4, noise monopoly and power via SANDAG, BOS, CSAC, and CARB makes her unqualified to vote on any conflict of interest codes. Item 6, over $204 million from state sales tax and gas tax are propping up projects that only 2 to 3% of people are using. Taxation without representation. Item 8, having unaccompanied children ride public transit for free doesn't count as legitimate ridership. Item 9 is a new era for transportation destruction. The transit studies alone cost over $18 million. Item 11, Hassan bought 3 securities for $14.8 million. Item 12, SANDAG's major funds were not properly reported and are just overstated expenses and understated assets, more fraud. Item 13, on May 9th, Nora, Sean, and crew had lunch with Mexico to assure them of Agenda 2030. And item 15, they want $1.4 billion more for public transit, bike lanes, and toll roads. I say go fund it yourselves. Hey, we got another one. Item 14, the economy's never going to recover with debt bonds. And item 10, Mary did a great job on the audit.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Mark, who will be followed by Paul Hankin.
Man, what a joke, Mark. Again, videos, there's no time. This is Klaus Schwab saying he's invaded governments. This room, the people over there smirking are the people who literally are the biggest condensed group of traitors to the country that are working for this guy and the other UN groups to do global governance where we don't have any rights. This, if you see this video on YouTube, these are YouTube titles. This one starts 6 minutes, 40 seconds. You'll see what a scam the banking system is, causing the inflation, which is causing such a problem. They never even tell you about it. They're never going to stop the bankers. They work with them. This is Katie talking about what's happening in Oxford. It's on BitChute. The others are on YouTube, bitchute.com at the bottom. That's the title. This is literally, if you Google this term, it'll take you to the Oxfordshire City Council, and they'll tell you they're doing it themselves. They're going to be doing this stuff here next. That's why they bring these people over in these UN Habitat meetings. This is on climate change. It's total bullshit.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Paul Hankin, who will be followed by Consuelo. After Consuelo, we'll move on to Blair Beekman on Zoom.
Yes, item 10. Good and thorough report, especially the part about public transparency. Well done, Mary Koshmashrab. Mary led repeated audits, drawing attention to repeated failures. SANDAG management seems unable to recognize major fraud when it's right under their noses. So no one gets fired, even when we can name names. And the graft goes on. So who did we pay off today? Again, Mary, thank you for your good work. And by the way, in the previous comments, I noticed that Hassan Ekrada mentioned something about a complete transportation from Paris to Brussels. I wish I'd do that here. I wish MTS would start worrying about something else than having to placate their employees with paid toilets.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker will actually be Alan C. My apologies, I inadvertently skipped you. And then we'll go to Consuelo. And we have 2 remaining speakers on Zoom as well.
Thank you, Francesca. One area that should have been pulled by some board member is agenda 9. Would love to see this report instead of me just reading it and nobody else in the room hears about it. What's missing on this agenda or this proposal 9 report? A couple safety issues, which is brought out for many years now. In fact, last year when I brought it up about moving that Del Mar train track, a week later, the governor set aside $4 million. Almost a year later, no shovel's been into the ground yet. That is a safety issue. You've got the photo I sent you from 1940 when the train went to the ravine. What if one of these coastal trains fall into that same ravine? Where's the funding and the push for that? That should be the priority, not another couple lanes in Old Time Mesa Boulevard. Bus on shoulder program down in Palomar. Why is the bus getting on the fast lane, but then has transit over to the other side on the emergency lane they can't even fit? That needs to go away now. Bus on shoulder program from 805 down to downtown is a safety hazard, it's a danger to the community. I yield back.
Our 3 remaining speakers will be Consuelo, followed by Blair Beekman and the original draw. Consuelo, you can go ahead when you're ready.
Conflicts of interest galore. Who cares about your stupid awards? No one uses your public transportation. Keep selling your UN agenda garbage. Brussels Railway? Really? Let's talk about our homelessness and the stresses here at home. Sustainable development is Orwellian doublespeak. The United Nations plan, originally known as Agenda 21, now Agenda 2030, will create widespread food and energy scarcity and thereby a dependent feudal peasant class under the guise of saving the planet. The World Economic Forum partnered with the UN in 2019 to speed up the adoption of the Agenda 2030 under the title, The Great Reset. If you don't believe it, simply look at your national government's net zero plan, a global organization that acts like a government but isn't really one. Or is it? It's also proposing a coordinated global action to address a clear and present threat of free speech, which it labels as misinformation, disinformation, and hate
Your
speech.
time has expired. Our next speaker is Blair Beekman, who will be followed by the original draw.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I wanted to speak on items 8 and 9, Transportation Development Act of 2023 and Annual Public Transit Report. About the public transit report, I figured it'd just be time for me to practice my words about what I feel is important in the future of developing many buses along one route to create the concepts of speed and efficiency. For a person to be able to step on a bus every 10 minutes is very comforting. And I think that could be an awesome way to work in the future, and that SDMTS has a great potential to do that. Way better than, say, San Jose, where I'm from, the BTA, Santa Clara County. So good luck in working out those practices and really cleaning up the act of transit dev right now. And they got to better organize and get their act together. Good luck in all our efforts to do that. Thank you.
Our final speaker on this item will be the original draw. You can go ahead.
You're doing of this with the consent again, is ridiculous, Nora. But it just shows, because you guys are following your leaders' direction very well, because I see that, you'll spend all the time that you need to with them to hear what they want to do where we're at. But yet when you get to the community, you shut them up. But that's what you're supposed to do. That's what your owners tell you to do. That's why you do it so well. And that's why you can say, oh, we want to hear what you have to say. But in reality, you don't, because what's that going to do? That's going to put a wrench in your plans, and you guys have to push that globalist agenda instead of listening to the community here at home that is suffering at your hands because you refuse to do anything that is for the community and not a globalist agenda. You refuse to help the kids in schools, libraries, all of this stuff that you say there's not enough money for. But when you need money for climate change, it's a never-ending source of money just flowing into your hands so that you guys can throw it away and make sure that everybody else's lives are running into the.
That concludes the public comments on these items.
Thank you. Are there any member comments? All right. If a board member would like to pull an item on the consent agenda, or if you have questions or comments on an item, please let me know now. If not, there's no further discussion. I need a motion to approve.
I'll move approval of consent agenda,
All right.
Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 16. This is the time and place set for public hearing on the draft amendment for 2021 regional plan. Thank you to all the team that was here for all the other items. Appreciate that. So we're going to have a staff presentation that is going to be provided to all of us, and then we're going to have public comment. After public comment, we're going to hear comments from the board. So if you have comments, remember, use your clicker, and then we're going to close the public hearing. I want to just emphasize two things. This is the 2021 regional plan, not the 2025 regional plan. There is no action to be taken today, and it's just an opportunity for us to be able to have comments and discussion to focus on the draft amendment in front of us. We're going to continue our conversation on workshops for the 2025 regional plan at our next board meeting. And then also a reminder for those of you who want to speak to submit your slips to the clerk of the board and raise your hand online before the end of the past staff presentation. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Keith. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Board. My name is Keith Greer. I'm one of the regional planning managers, and we have a very short presentation. So last September, the board discussed options to remove the regional road user charge, otherwise known as the RUC, that would have gone into effect in 2030 from the 21 regional plan. The board selected option 2 to prepare a focus amendment to the 21 regional plan without the regional road user charge and prepare a supplemental California Environmental Quality Act analysis. As discussed by the board meeting, option 2 included the removal of the regional RUC, updated revenue assumptions resulting from the removal of the RUC, and other changes since the adoption of the 21 regional plan. There are also no changes to the transportation network, no changes in land use, and no changes to any of the programs, policies, or projects included in the regional plan itself. The proposed amendment and supporting documents are completed, and they've been posted to the SANDAG website for review. The amendment includes a 14-page narrative in both English and Spanish that describes the removal of the road user charge and its effects on meeting our greenhouse gas targets, our revenues, our network transportation performance, and transportation conformity. Supporting document information includes a 37-page errata, which shows in a strikeout underline all the changes that need to be made in the 21 regional plan to remove the regional road user charge. An updated 19-page social equity analysis and a 52-page air quality conformity analysis. The amendment is available for public review through August 8th, as well as supporting materials. So moving forward onto the greenhouse gas targets and what happens when you remove the regional road user charge. So the Sustainable Communities and Climate Protection Act, better known as SB 375, is a state law that requires CARB to set greenhouse gas reduction targets for each MPO. For SANDAG, as the MPO for this region, our CARB established target is 19% reductions of GHG per capita as measured against the 2005 baseline. The 21 regional plan exceeded that target and achieved a 20.4% reduction. The removal of the RUC results in an increase of 1.3 million vehicle miles traveled per day, and the amendment will result in 18.6% reduction. So the regional plan was higher, the amendment is lower, but it could be, when rounded up per CARB's own guidelines, it meets the 19% reduction target. In addition to the reduction target, CARB will look at the policy commitments made in the plan itself. SANDAG staff have been keeping our CARB contacts up to date on the status of the amendment as it proceeds. And to date, we have heard nothing that indicates that CARB will not approve the amendment as proposed. Turning to revenues, we have both reductions in revenues and also increases in revenues coming from since last time the 21 regional plan was adopted. For reductions, the removal of the regional road user charge will result in a $14.3 billion reduction in revenues. In addition, local revenues from a sales tax measure envisioned to be occurring in 2023 in the regional plan have been delayed to 2025. Increases includes Transnet. Transnet has been revised to reflect the board's own adopted April 22nd estimates based on higher than anticipated sales tax revenues. And the last two items are dealing with state and federal discretionary programs. So since the adoption of the regional plan, there's been a tremendous increase in infrastructure funding coming out of Washington and Sacramento, coming from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or IIJA, and other state sources that were not known at the time that the regional plan was adopted. The net result of all these increases and reductions is a $17.9 billion reductions in revenues for the amendment. I should note that all these dollars are in 2020 dollars and are consistent with the 21 regional plan and reflect the revenues assumptions at the time the board directed us to move forward with the removal of the RUC. Revenues in the proposed plan would decrease by 7.9 billion, as I mentioned, to 165 billion. This is still sufficient to cover the $163 billion cost of projects and programs included in the original plan as envisioned, with a $2.4 billion buffer. There are a few other considerations the board should consider. The amendment to the region plan would be consistent with the ozone budgets established for the regions. In addition, the amendment will result in minor changes to network performance measures established in the 21 regional plan, with differences being less than 1%. There would not be the amendment would not result in a disparity impact or disproportionate effect on disadvantaged communities. Finally, moving to the timelines and next steps. The amendment and supporting information has been released for public review, which will end on August 8th. A supplemental EIR will be released in July for a 45-day public review. In addition to today's public hearing, staff will be hosting outreach events in July and August to get more feedback on the amendment and the supplemental EIR. In September, the amendment and the supplemental EIR will be revised based on comments received from the publics and finalized for board consideration. All comments received will be addressed in writing and provided to the board along with a final amendment and final supplemental EIR for your consideration. We'd hope to get back to the board in September, but the air quality modeling required for the supplemental EIR has taken longer. Based upon the number, timing, and complexity of the comments that we received, it's estimated the final amendment and supplemental EIR will be brought back to the board business meeting in October. If the board approves the amendment, it would be submitted to federal and state agencies for approval of the transportation conformity determination and for CARB's approval of the Sustainable Community Strategy. CARB's approval of the Sustainable Community Strategy, which includes that 19% reduction target, takes several months to complete and may involve back and forth questions between staff and between staff. That concludes staff's presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We're going to turn it over to Francesca for public comment, and I'll just remind my colleagues, if you want to speak on this item, feel free to speak quicker, I guess.
Thank you, Chairman. We have a total of 12 public comments on this item. We'll start with Consuelo and then go to Mary Davis.
Want to impose them elsewhere. Did you hear the first part or can I start again? Can you start where? Okay, thank you. I'll start again. Mary Davis here. First, no to any road usage charge, charge, mild tax, whatever you want to call it. No, no, no. And no to any tolls or new fees or charges. You're openly advocating to retire the State Route 125 South Bay Expressway toll early, yet hypocritically want to impose them elsewhere. So no to that. And we reject, most of all, the paradigm shift that both SANDAG and the state of California are trying to implement, going from a public benefit model of funding our roads and infrastructure to a user pay system, which inevitably will involve telematics and tracking, regardless of whether the government does it or it goes to some third-party platform. At its very core, the concept of tracking people's movements is antithetical to both our national and our state constitutions, as well as the core American principles of individual autonomy and privacy. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Alan C., who will be followed by Paul Hankin.
Hello, being a Navy guy, I always show up early. I was downstairs about 7 o'clock this morning. I saw your caterer holding the truck downstairs. Now imagine if she has to pay a road use tax. How much more will them pastries cost me as a taxpayer to serve you guys your free donuts? How much more will that taco shop I mentioned last week, a couple weeks ago, now it's $12 for a breakfast burrito? How will his overhead be with the price of electricity, price everything else, price of gas, and now the delivery trucks to deliver the groceries, goods and needs to prepare that breakfast burrito? No, the road use tax, and as he mentioned, you don't need the road use tax, it covers it. Now to meet your climate footprint, as the electric car takes over, that will meet your climate agenda, what do you want to call it, because nobody's going to take your empty bus. Just look out your window. Empty bus, empty bus, empty bus. You put more empty bus. That idiot on the telephone said, we need a bus every 10 minutes. How many more empty buses are you going to put out there? What's the climate footprint of all them empty buses not transporting people when my right to actually drive from my home to Costco, anywhere I need to go, I can do that? How many on board here took the bus? Nobody, huh? And yet you're going to push buses? I yield back.
Our next speaker is Paul Hankin, who will be followed by Truth.
This so-called amendment has no mandatory language like add or delete. SANDAG is assuming it will get $165 billion in federal money from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, signed into law in November 2021, from page 4 of their chart. And it still has a few other revenue sources. Since the plan needs $163 billion, it doesn't seem to need any kind of VMT or RUC. It looks like SANDAG has been playing with us since 2021, claiming it needs some kind of tax, road user charge, or VMT. Another reason not to trust it. Then it plans to disrupt our schools to push this agenda, saying reach out to families through K-12 school functions or tap into local high schools and colleges, universities to involve youth, either directly or through already
Time has
existing
expired.
classes and
Our
programs.
next speaker is Truth.
Disband SANDAG. And
Your time has expired. After Truth will be Dr. Timothy Bilash.
All right. The fact that it costs $1.5 million just to amend this horrible regional plan is ridiculous. I demand a people's refund of the whole thing, especially since the 3.3 cents per mile road user charge was fraudulently suggested as necessary. But no matter what factor is used to tax people off the roads, whether it's hours traveled, distance traveled, per ride, or restricted vehicles, hours, or zones, it's all to implement the totalitarian 15-minute city plan that just happens to be popping up all over the world at the same time. Even this item says percentage of residents that can access retail and parks within 15 minutes. And just as the World Economic Forum wrote in their Sustainable Road Transport and Pricing White Paper, quote, as prices increase for road use, individuals will be forced to choose alternative paths or times, or walking and biking. Personal car usage and even public transport could quickly become for the elite few, end quote. And voting on charges with the vote center model corruption, forget compromising or voting. I just say no to all regional plans. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Timothy Bilash, who will be followed by Mark.
Good morning, board. I will try to make this brief. I have 2 slides to share if you could promote me. We're not doing enough. Kudos to the committee, to SANDAG for, again, taking the impossible and doing what was asked. But we're doing less, not more. And what it was before is not enough. And so I have 2 slides to share. So just to bring this, I'm a physician, OBGYN, women's doctor for 32 years, and a scientist. And I should do something.
Freeze time.
Is my screen being shared? Yes. So a new paper pulled it this morning, I'm sorry. And this is the problem, the complexity of science. Joint effect of ambient particle matter 2.5 micron exposure with vitamin B12 during pregnancy. And the slide I offer, and I sent it to the link to the board this morning, shows a 2 to 3 times risk of diabetes in pregnancy when you combine particulate matter 2.5 with a vitamin B12 deficiency. Particulate matter comes from the tires in your car. You know, you have to replace them every few years. Well, that goes into the air, and that goes into our lungs, and it goes into the babies. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker will be Mark, who will be followed by Andres Wong.
Mark, in this video, Katie explains what's happening in Oxford right now, how they're limiting people's movement. There's no excuse for limiting people's movement. It's literally a totalitarian gesture to enslave people. And when you've got people who are disarmed like we are here in California, whose gun would be lucky to shoot accurately across the street if there's their neighbor's door, not that anyone would want to do that, and they can't travel freely, you can do anything to them, anything at all. And they are in the UK. That's why the people revolted. You people need to see these videos. This is on BitChute. This one, you can just Google Oxfordshire and see on the city council's website what they're planning for you. next, what they're doing there, not right next to London. This is a worldwide movement. You need to see these videos. Rosa Koire is a Democrat. She's not, I'm not Democrat or Republican. Both sides screw us in different ways. They take turns. This one is about how they're replacing our government with unelected
Time has
councils.
expired. Our next speaker is Andres Wong, who will be followed by the original draw.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for this chance to hear my voice. I am from the supposedly beautiful city of Chula Vista, and I speak now about the RUC, originally named mileage tax, because it is a tax. For the Union Tribune earlier this week, after the $4.50 we pay at the pump, $1.19 already goes to taxes and fees. We are already taxed to the hilt. I therefore ask all of you to remove and trash the RUC. Now, this morning, there's obviously animosity towards all of you. Please think, why? I pray to our Lord Jesus that you listen to your constituents. Thank you.
We're going to move on to Zoom, where we have 4 remaining speakers. The first will be the original draw, followed by Carolina Martinez.
Amen, brother. Yeah, so I love how you guys think that taking $14.3 billion from the people that are already in dire straits could ever have been a good idea. You have to be brainwashed to believe that, because if you just divide that by the amount of people in the county, that's $4,230 every year, which is like $353 extra a month. That's if every person had a car, which isn't true. So that means those would be astronomical charges to people that can't even afford to buy food, to live in a house, to do all the things that you guys are forcing them into. This is so ridiculous. And then you want to spend 1.5 million to amend this? You guys act, man, it's so sad. You never listen to the people. You're listening to these globalists, and you're pushing this down the pipe, and it's all to push us into a 15-minute city. It's clear as day. If you cared about the people, you would look at that astronomical amount and be like, oh my gosh, we can't do this to the people. You better never do it to the people.
Our next speaker will be Carolina Martinez, followed by Mike Bullock.
Good morning. My name is Carolina Martinez with the Environmental Health Coalition. Thank you for the report and all the flexibility. We're here to request trainings for concepts like the road user charge for our community members in Barrio Logan, National City, and City Heights to be able to understand these concepts. They're very complicated, and we want to ensure misinformation is not used against them when making decisions. I support residents in Barrio Logan, National City, and City Heights in understanding policies that are impacting their transportation. And I've conducted at least 5 different workshops on the road user charge. I explained to them that folks with less fuel-efficient vehicles are the ones that are paying the most when it comes to the gas tax. So we request that both SANDAG and the state dedicate capacity to support our community members in understanding this concept so that information is not used against them. Thank you.
Time has expired. Our next speaker will be Mike Bullock, who will be followed by Blair Beekman.
Yes, thank you very much, board. And thank you, board, for all the work that you do. It is very unfortunate that we went down this path, because this road use charge was not going to take place until 2030. And of course, there's the 2025 regional transportation plan, which you're working on right now. And the regional transportation plan could get this right. And admittedly, it was not done right in the 2021 regional transportation plan. It should be obvious to all of us now that the state gasoline tax should be replaced by a means-based road use charge. That does protect our privacy, and that can happen. That's one thing Democrats and Republicans agree on, that we don't want to live in a police state. We respect our privacy, and that can be done. I say that as a retired satellite systems engineer at Lockheed, and understand.
Your time has expired. Our final speaker on this item will be Blair Beekman. You can go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. To note that public comment, we are headed towards a future where there's going to be a lot of biometric technology used on our buses. And I think we have to be ready for that with really open, accountable, clear policies and not be afraid to have those conversations openly. I mean, obviously, they're creating a lot of fear and angst and worry, and we need to learn how to be open in those conversations. And it's open public policies that can allow that good conversation to take place and decisions to be made. I also, with the ideas around many more buses, it's just an idea to increase ridership. Good luck how to do that. And I wanted to offer that the electric bus issue, really look to the VTA for ideas on the future of electric buses. And good luck on housing, to really consider low income housing development as a very viable option. Don't be afraid to talk about that either. Thank you.
Chair, that concludes the public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple of members who have comments. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Chu.
Thank you. Keith, I'd like to ask you a few questions first before I make my comments. Keith, you mentioned that this amendment will reduce our ability to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from 20 to 18 point something, about almost 2%. What's the current CARB scoping plans targets with regards to reducing greenhouse gas emissions?
CARB hasn't set targets for MPOs yet. So the CARB current target for SANDAG is 19%.
You didn't answer my question. What is the current CARB scoping plan just passed in November or December of last year with regards to greenhouse gas reductions?
So there's two things happening here. The CARB scoping plan, which is the guidelines for how much the overall state needs to reduce greenhouse gas. Overall state, 25%. The current SANDAG target established by CARB is 19%.
Isn't that 25% by 2030?
25% by 2030. That's correct.
Correct. Do you think the CARB will set a target for MPOs that is going to be higher or less than 19% in the future?
I do not have a crystal ball. The trend is going up. It's going to be harder to get our greenhouse gas targets at 19%. More likely it's going to go up from that.
Can you say that again? Do you think it's going to go higher than 19% in the future?
All signs are it's going to go higher. It's going to be harder to reach your target.
So just to be clear, by passing this amendment, we're going in the opposite direction than what we might have in the future.
So I think there's two ways to look at this. Right now, your target is 19%. Pursuant to the CARB's guidelines, you're meeting that target. You will have a choice as a board in the future as part of the 25 plan and future regional plans for how you choose to meet future targets. But for right now, you are meeting CARB's targets pursuant to their guidelines.
Thank you. So as most of you know on board, I've been against making this amendment to the 21 regional plan for a variety of reasons. There are many states, many regions of this country and others that have looked into road use charge. In fact, the state of California did with a pilot program, which showed that people who use the road use charge found it much better than the current road use charge, which is a gas tax. 75% favored it. We know the gas tax is regressive, that poor people pay more than rich people. So again, by putting this amendment forward, we're going against this body's own equity policies. SANDAG said we were going to try to deal with equity issues because we know the poor suffer more, not only in terms of pollution, but also in terms of not having adequate transportation options. So to me, it was just a complete quandary for me why we would want to do something to punish the poor because of misinformation that this body was working with. And I get information from other sources. A conservative body that deals with tax issues, the American Tax Foundation, have looked into road use charge. They favor it. They think we should move towards it sooner rather than later. And lastly, another piece of misinformation that the public has been working with is that this body has the ability to impose a tax. We don't. We can't do that. Even if all of us unanimously voted to impose a tax, we don't. We put it before the people. By placing this item on the plan, it gives the people of our region the option to impose a means to raise funding for transportation with a road use tax, with a road use charge. So to me, by taking this out of the plan, we're taking the ability of our constituents to decide for themselves whether or not they want a road use charge to fund adequate transportation.
Thank you.
So again, it's very undemocratic, and we're being dictatorial by taking that option away from the people to make that choice. And lastly, by amending this plan to go backwards with regards to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, we're giving this burden to the next board, the next generation, to have to come up with a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions even more. 25% reduction per capita by 2030 is the new goal. Not 19%, not 20% with our last plan. That's the science. And if many of you have told me that you believe in climate change, well, if you believe in climate change, you have to believe in climate science and climate math. So to me, voting for this amendment going forward is just contradictory to what we need to be doing here at SANDAG. These are hard numbers. I don't like them. I don't like the idea that our transportation system is inadequate. There are means to deal with privacy issues. There are means to make sure that a road use charge is means-based and that people who rely on transportation are able to continue to use it and to provide other subsidies or means to help those who need help financially. We do that with other utility bills. We do that with a number of means, and it's able to do that. Privacy issues can also be dealt with. And I get this from other studies that I've read with regards to how this can work well. Hawaii, Oregon, Washington, Pennsylvania, other states throughout the country are looking into it. California is certainly looking into it. We should have the ability to go forward and think forward. So I hope all of you take that into consideration as we go forward on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burkholder.
Thank you, Chair. In light of my colleagues' comments, Mr. Greer, on the slide, I think it's number 7, where it talks about the resultant disparate impact. Can you please explain to the board how you came to that conclusion that removing the charge would not result in that?
So as part of our...
I'm sorry, and then I have one comment and I'm done.
Sorry about that. As part of our regional plan, we have to do a social equity analysis. So when the amendment comes along, we do look at the amendment and we have that same social equity analysis updated. So that's part of your attachments to the errata. It's attachment 1. It's posted online. And what they look at in the social equity analysis is disadvantaged populations and the difference between disadvantaged populations for both benefits and things that are not benefits against the non-discriminatory population. So it's comparison analysis. 0 would mean there's no difference. For the majority of the items under the amendment, there's no difference. It affects both the disadvantaged populations and the non-disadvantaged populations the same. Some of the activity are actually a benefit to them. So, for example, a road user charge is a cost. So for disadvantaged population, that cost is a greater burden than for non-disadvantaged populations. So in that case, it's a more of a benefit for them not to have that. So it's a social equity analysis. It's attachment to the errata, and it's publicly online.
Thank you for that. And completely off of that topic, Carlsbad is very interested in partnering with SANDAG in the flexible fleet program. And I'm just asking staff to accelerate that program. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gastelum.
Great, thank you very much. Keith, thank you for the presentation. Could you bring up slide 4, please? Okay, I'm going to assume that it's up there because I can't see it from here. Oh, there we are. Okay.
Um, so I always check the math. And when this corresponds to table 4.2, I think, in our report. On table 4.2, we are given the numbers 22.1 and 22.5 as the VMT projected in the old versus the new. What we're not given is, at least I couldn't find it, maybe it's there, is the VMT in 2005 that we are comparing to. So I do the math and I take these percents, 20.4, and that means that the 22.1 is 79.67% of X. Calculate X, take it to 3 decimals, and do the same with the 22.5, which is really 22.489, and the 22.1 is really 22.143. So you get a different X. And if I use the old X, so 22.1, and that number, and then ask what's the difference with the new projection, the number I get is 18.9598. So it's actually really, really close to that 19%. So I bring this up because we really are talking about, 0.2 of a percentage point difference here and there. And your numbers that are in the table come to a different X. My point being, we're really concerned about this VMT reduction, and yet the math doesn't add up.
So first of all, let me thank you for going through that math. I couldn't follow all of it, but we do have a program here where we do check our math and have a QA/QC process. It's part of our peer review process that Dr. Burke's in charge of. I can say that both the numbers shown up here are consistent with the report, and there's also shown in the errata. And Dr. Burke, would you like to add just anything else?
We do have Woo Sun online. He was unable to be here today. Woo, he was promoted panelist. If you want to explain anything quickly.
Sure. Can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So I have to say there are a lot of numbers there. I don't follow 100%, but in terms of the GH difference, with and without ROG, it's roughly 1.8. It's a combination of the mode share change, which represents the driver behavior change. So for example, driving along for work trip increased by 0.3%. And also because driving is cheaper, so the average trip length increased by 1% overall. So that's the combination of these two factors.
Okay, so so I would urge all of us to really ask for, accurate numbers. Precision to 3 decimal points isn't necessarily necessary, but I get 19% if I ignore the decimal points, and I'm going to tell you how I get it. 22.1 is the VMT number in the old. 22.5 is the VMT number in the amendment. If we take 22.1 and divide by 79.6%, we get the 2005 number, presumably. If we take 22.5 and divide by 81.46%, or 0.4%, we get a different number. So that means that we're off a little bit, and my calculation of the off a little bit is 2/10,000ths of a percentage point away from 19%. So I think by rounding, you're doing the calculation a slight disservice, that this is actually very, very, very close, a whisper close to 19%.
If it would be acceptable, we'd be happy to follow up with you after this meeting to explain. We've done this consistently throughout, and we definitely want to do this to be compliant with CARB. So we'll definitely make sure that we can work through the numbers with you to explain how we've gotten there. And we can return back to the board to let them know how that's worked out.
Yeah, that's good. That's fine.
Thank you. The next person is Councilmember Duncan.
Thank you. I think my questions were answered by the other director's questions. The part of the point though is this is it's modeling, right? And all models are somewhat imperfect. We try to make them as perfect as possible, but I just wanted clarification. It seems to me that the two main factors that are going into the models that would lead to the conclusion of a greenhouse gas increase or not as much reduction are one, that the road user charge would have a suppressive effect on driving due to its cost, due to the increased cost. And the other aspect appears to be that it may slow down some other mass transit or other projects that might lessen the desire to drive. I am interested in sort of how heavily each of those factors weighed in the calculation. I know this may be too simplistic, but if you have any comments on that that may help me more, that would be great. But I appreciate the comments you've already made as well.
Just really quickly, I think Dr. Sun online explained it. So when you take out the road user charge, it makes it cheaper to drive. So people drive more and then drive further. And so that's simplistically how it works.
Right. And that's what I just said. My question, I guess, would be a little bit more specific, and if we don't have it right now, that's fine, would be the percentage impacts of those. I mean, if based on what you just said, if the change in the calculation for greenhouse gas reduction target would be based on what you just said, I believe 100% on the fact that there would be more driving because it's not going to be increase the cost of it. But I think it was more complex also. It actually also included the other factor that I mentioned, but I can look into it deeply separately. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I had a couple of comments and then a couple of questions. So I have a little bit of heartburn about the $1.5 million that we are spending on this, only because 8 of the original cities that voted on this were my city, Carlsbad, Coronado, El Cajon, Oceanside, Poway, Santee, and Vista. We originally voted no because we did know about the how close the reduction was, enough to almost meet the goal and round up. Many of the board members that were on at the time have actually said, oh, the rec is already out of the plan. It's not. And we have found today that, it's moving forward. October, we should have board approval, and then moving forward to submit to CARB, that would happen in November. So again, still not taken out, not out of it. But I do have some questions. And one other thing, the road user charge does not pay or is not in lieu of the actual gas tax. It's on top of the gas tax. It does not replace it. So the metrics, I did ask a question on Wednesday. I did get a response last night. The ABM travel demand, I'm not going to go through all of that right now today, but can I have that sent to me where that's located? Because I haven't been able to locate that. So you don't have to do that right now. But I would like to talk about
to everybody so that everybody has a copy of it.
Perfect. On one page, on page 188, we're talking about the revenue assumptions, and we still talk about them in $2020, which again, I have a little bit of an issue with that because we do have the year of expenditure numbers, the item number 1, which is the removal of the road user charge, is $14.2 billion over the life of the 21 plan. However, the year of expenditure is $24.47 billion, which is quite a bit of a difference. It's 10 billion more. I would like for us to start talking in the dollars in year of expenditure, because that's actually more of what we actually will be paying. And then also, I do have this question on number 3 of that same revenue assumptions. The update in the Transnet, we're figuring that'll be about 2 billion more. And I don't think that we actually voted on reallocating the Transnet dollars from what our residents have actually agreed to pay for. So if I missed that and somehow we voted on that and I didn't realize that, I would like to know. And if not, when are we planning on actually moving forward with the reallocation of Transnet dollars to the new regional plan?
Let me just,
if I may answer the question of the mayor. The Transnet reallocation is totally different from this amendment. This amendment is based on a request by this board to remove the rock from the plan, and we're doing that. I said many times before, and I'm going to say it again to you, that the Transnet money right now in the account is enough to pay the debt. There is no additional Transnet money to reallocate. No, we could BS you and tell you, yeah, we'll do that, we'll bring it. But between now and 2030, more than 85% of the Transnet money is going and paying the debt we borrowed to build the project. So Mayor, with all due respect, when you say reallocate, you have to have money to reallocate. There is no money in the Transnet, at least between now and 2030. And that's a different process than the amendment that this board requested to remove the road user charge from the plan. We did it. We're going to release it for public review. As the modeler said, it's 18.6, rounded to 19%, and we'll let the state decide how to do about that, to go about approving it or not approving it. But I just want to make sure we're clear. There is nothing to reallocate. And the fact that somebody at one point told you we have all this money, it's double what it actually is, I'm sorry. I apologize that you are under the impression that Transnet has more money than it actually does.
I'm sorry, Mr. Okada. So you're saying between now and 2030, but this is a this would happen in 2030 anyway.
Correct.
So you said 85% of Transnet would go toward debt service. So there's still 15% at some point. Yeah, so the 15%, we have not voted on reallocating that, correct?
You did not.
And the reason, the reason I bring this up is because it's right here in the revenue assumptions on page 188 that we are counting Transnet dollars.
Sure.
That's why I bring it up.
Yeah, and the 15% has been allocated many times over to match the grant we're getting. So the bottom line is there is no money to reallocate. That's the honest answer. Now, if you want to go about debating why and how, that's fine.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not understanding because we are counting income from Transnet to actually pay for this plan, which also bases on, yeah. Okay.
We also have a chief financial officer here, but there's two things going on here. This is not about reallocation. The number in here is about an estimate in the future of what Transnet would bring in. And it's updating that estimate based upon the board's own adopted 2022 estimate.
But if it's a revenue assumption to pay for the 21 plan, then it is being used for the 21 plan.
That same revenue assumption was built in the 21 plan. Nothing's changed. All that's changed is the amount of the estimate in the future based upon higher than anticipated sales tax.
Okay, but the Transnet was actually, sorry, maybe I'm splitting hairs, but I want to understand this. I'm trying to get it. I'm sure I'm probably not the only one. So when we're looking at Transnet, it was to pay for certain improvements. And what I'm trying to figure out is if it's paying for the new plan, where those dollars are actually going that are specific, to the actual original plan.
Maybe Andre would be more helpful on this.
Or I could add something here if I may.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, remember that having a revenue scenario is a federal requirement to get this plan approved. And so what we have to do is show the federal government that this is a possible way to pay for this plan. The only thing that's been done here is we looked at the revenues and that was based on the board input. How much more do we think we're going to get from state and federal grants? Because there's a tremendous amount of money out there that we didn't anticipate. So we upped that piece. Then we also looked at our latest revenue assumptions for Transnet and we built that up as well. That's what made up for the $14 billion shortfall once you take the road usage charge out. The critical thing here is that additional revenue is not attributed to any particular project. It's really just getting that math problem right so we can take this amended plan and give it to the federal government and ask them to approve it so that we can continue to get federal funding. So that's how it's done. It's not that this 1.2 billion is going to this project or that project. It's overall to meet that hole in the plan that comes as a result of pulling out the road usage charge. And that's
Thank
all
you,
there is to
Colleen.
it.
Yeah, I think you're understanding what I'm asking. So we haven't actually allocated it, but we're using it as an assumption that we will reallocate it at some point in time and it will be used for the new plan. Great. Thank you for that clarification. I'm sorry to be splitting hairs. I'm really not trying to waste our time. I just want to understand it completely. Thank you.
All right, Mayor, Deputy Mayor Gabo.
Thank you, Chair. I think the public might be a little confused why we're making revisions to a historical document rather than modifying a future document. Can you help me understand that?
Go ahead.
Certainly. So these plans are required to be updated every 4 years. That's a federal law and a state law. So the most recent plan that the Board of Directors approved was in December of 2021. Your next plan, the 2025 plan, is due in the fall of 2025 to the state and federal agencies. What the board had asked staff to do as a result of a lot of public input, take that road usage charge out of the 2021 plan. That's what's before you today is a proposed amendment to the plan that the board adopted in December of 2021. We recognize that some of your discussion here is important for the 2025 plan, and we've got a full workshop planned for you all on funding for the 2025 plan coming up. So
great, thank you.
Thank you for the question, because I know that can be really confusing for the public too.
Thank you. My next question has to do with the 19% reduction by 2035. Does that include the benefit of conversion from gas to electric cars? CARB says that we will have 2.9 million less gas engines sold by 2030 and 9.5 million less gas engines sold by 2035, implying they'll be electric by then. Does the 19% reduction include the benefit of that conversion from gas to electric?
So the number that TARB gives us, it's against the 2005 baseline, and it's very specific what we can count and not count, and it's already built into the model, including things like fleet turnover, which is what you're getting at. So the number we've given you, that 18.6, has all the built-in assumptions, as we know right now, already built into it.
So the answer sounds like yes, it does include the conversion from gas to electric is what you're saying.
Correct.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
Maybe one clarifying point there. So the laws that we have to comply with and the math problem that we have to use to get to that 19%, the law doesn't allow us to count electric vehicles unless it goes above and beyond what the state is already expecting this region to accomplish. So the measurement that we have to use looks at vehicle miles traveled per person, how long the trips are, how many trips I take on an annual basis. That's what we have to use, and that's the proxy to get to this greenhouse gas reduction. I know it's super complicated and in the weeds, but that's the law that the state has for us and for everybody in the state of California to have to meet. So even if every vehicle today was electric, we wouldn't see a big increase there. So that I just wanted to clarify that point in the law that makes this really complicated.
If you said if every car today was electric, we wouldn't beat the 19%?
We still would have to meet our vehicle miles traveled. So it doesn't, the vehicle miles traveled, you may still drive even if your car is electric. So we're all accumulating miles. You may actually drive more.
So it's really more about miles driven than
that's the math
GHG
problem that we have to,
is what I'm hearing you say.
That's true.
So
That's
really,
the math problem.
Really, this is about
Excuse
getting
me, hold
out
on
of the
one
car
second.
rather than what kind of car we're driving.
Can you hold on one second? Give me a second. The members of the audience, can you please refrain from making any comments or clapping or anything? That we need to have this discussion as a board. So we ask that you are respectful of our time. Go ahead, sir.
So am I right in hearing you saying it's less about the kind of car we're driving, gas for electric, and more about the number of miles that we're driving?
I think the important thing to mention here is that there's rules and formulas and regulations that the state has directed us. And so it's not necessarily what she's saying or what we're saying. It is the regulations that we have to follow. And so that's why the math is where it's at. But happy to have a conversation in terms of some of the laws. If you remember when we did the regional plan for 2025, we had a whole briefing about what were the factors that we had to take in place so that we, as we're trying to reach our goals, that we really understood what those were. I think we can go back and check so that everybody understands for the 2021 plan what those were, in case you have any specific questions on that.
Yeah, I think the public would say, what's really driving the 19%, the conversion to electric or fewer miles traveled? That's what the public would ask.
Yeah.
Miles travel.
My final question, we took out the 3.3 road user charge from the regional charge. Page 3 of the staff report says, separate from the regional RUC, the 2021 regional plan also assumes revenues resulting from the state administered RUC. What's the amount per mile of that and how much is in the plan in terms of billions of dollars?
Let's get back to you on that. We might have an answer online in 1 second, but it's the actual state charge. I do not know it right now.
It would have been 3.3 cents plus the state charge is what the staff report is implying. And I'm trying to find out 3.3 cents plus 4 cents and since we took out 14 billion, it assumes there's several billion still in there from state RUC. I'm trying to figure that out too.
You're precise that this removes the regional road user charge. It doesn't affect anything the state's doing. We're trying to get that number for you, but this does not affect the state's regional road user charge or road user charge.
I understand. I think the public would say, what's the total nut we're trying to
We
crack
can get
here?
that number for you. We can
Thank
get that
you.
number for
Thank
you.
you.
And I think it's important. And the good news is that that's why we're here today, to have a discussion and to be able to address any questions that you have. And you have to remember, there are things that we can do based on our jurisdiction. And then there are other things that we must comply with because of the state. And if there's anything that we need to change with the state, I think is working directly with our state legislators to be able to modify some of that. Any other questions, sir? All right, Mayor Minto.
All right. This is kind of interesting. I'm hearing about all these numbers and everything, and you mentioned the complying with the state of California, and bottom line is we're also trying to comply with the federal law, and so it's all getting passed down to all the jurisdictions to make us the bad guy. I guess what we're really talking about is this concept of climate change and the reduction of our greenhouse emissions by 19%. And that's an attempt to help reduce the rise in temperature, not just in San Diego County, but the state and maybe across the world. So if we were actually to implement this road user tax, I see what the number is for money, but how many cars would it actually take off the streets? I don't know if you have this information today, but if you can get it to us, because I think that's important, because it goes to what, Deputy Mayor Goebel was saying is it's really not about, just about getting cars off the street. Doesn't matter what they are. So then to what end do we know what the temperature change would be in milestone years? For instance, in 2030, 35, 40, maybe even 2050, are we talking about reducing the rise in temperature? Are we talking about there would be a lowering of the temperature worldwide, or would there be no change, which means we just stay where we're at today? And even if it went up like 1% in temperature change, what's the real effect of that worldwide? And how is it that we are, by what we're doing here in San Diego County, changing the world? Because I can tell you right now, in my opinion, we're not changing the world with what we're doing here. Some will say, but it's a start. Yeah, well, you know what? I can't afford to pay more for driving like a lot of people. I'm retired. I'm on the fixed income now. Always wanted to say that. So I don't know if you have any of those answers. I doubt it because we're too busy. Everybody's too busy talking about reducing the, the greenhouse gas effects and, preventing the worldwide temperature rise, but nobody seems to know what that worldwide temperature rise will be, in 40 years even, or 20 years even. And so I don't know, I guess the question is, how can we justify it? How can the state justify it or the federal government justify it if they don't know the answer? So I just thought I'd throw that out for fun, if nothing else.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Chu.
Sure, let me address Mayor Minto's thing real quick and have a question for Mayor Jones. We're going to have breakfast about this, Mayor Minto and I, but that's similar to someone that would say, I shouldn't pay any.
Give me 1 second. It's not a Q&A. This is a board discussion. And in board discussion, members are able to have conversations with each other. That's what this process is all about. So no, it's not a Q&A. It's a comment was made by one of my colleagues. My other colleague was already in the queue. And so I gave him the power to be able to ask anything he can. He can ask anybody in this room any questions that he has. So
Sure.
just for clarification.
So Mayor Minto, when that issue was brought up to me by another elected person, I would say, well, that's kind of like, the federal government's already, $3-4 trillion in debt. How much is my little income tax to the federal government is going to make? Maybe wouldn't make any difference at all. Maybe I don't have to pay any taxes at all. Anyway, we'll leave that for a reference discussion. But Mayor Jones, you had mentioned that the road use charge would be in addition to the gas tax, not a replacement of the gas tax. I'm just wondering, where did you get that from?
Councilmember Shu, right in the document, the funding document, it has the gas tax still in there. And then it also has the road user charge as not being able to be used for any road fixing or anything like that. It's on page V4 of the appendix if you'd like to read that. Thank you.
Sure.
And if you'd like to meet for coffee, I'd be happy to do that anytime. So we don't waste our board's time. Thank you.
Thank you. That's really news to me because all the documents I've read and information from the state and the other states, the road use charge is to replace the gas tax, which they believe is getting obsolete. We've had it for 100 years, and it's obsolete in the sense that, I know you drive an electric vehicle, so your $200 per registration fee per year is a fraction of what others are paying with the gas tax. So
page V4, Councilmember.
So coffee's on me. I'll look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Great discussion, everyone. And I'm glad that we're at this point where, we're looking at alternatives to our previous plan. But regardless of a discussion around a regional road usage charge, the state RUC is coming. And from my understanding, we have yet to be given a confident timeline of when the gas tax will be abolished. It has become less profitable of a revenue stream over the past several decades as cars have become more fuel efficient. And now with the change to laws with the sale of internal combustion vehicles, we know that it will be essentially obsolete, but we haven't been given a confident timeline from the state. And I really believe that we need to, in addition to our planning regionally, we need to put ourselves in a position of education and advocacy. And has this body taken a position of legislative advocacy to abolish the gas tax? In the city of Vista, I brought forward a resolution to insist on just that. And I really believe that for the benefit of the public and for the working people that are going to continue to use gas-powered vehicles because that is all that they can afford, I want to have full confidence for them that at no point will members of the public be suffering from a double taxation. And I really believe we need to put ourselves in a position of legislative advocacy, regardless of a state or regional road usage charge. We have to have a clear definition of when the gas tax is going to be abolished.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Molina.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. I would like to expand on Councilmember Melendez's comments and absolutely, I completely understand the confusion that is out there, the facts and the other facts that the public seems to be catching. Of course, these are extremely complicated figures and methods and mechanisms by how we arrived at these figures. I would like to call for SANDAG to provide us board members so that we can then disseminate the information to our the people that we represent in a way that is understandable regarding the road usage charge that is coming from the state. This would not be the one that SANDAG or whoever is going to go and put on an agenda or on a voter ballot, right? That's completely different. There's one from the state that's coming. The one here from SANDAG or for the regional transportation plan is getting taken off of 2021. But what does that mean? People are still going to see a road usage charge from the state of California. I mean, there's a lot that needs to be explained clearly. And I would like to request a way for me to send to explain that information to the people that come and ask me, is the road usage charge going to be on top of the gas tax? You know, here we're hearing at this table, we're hearing two different things. So what is it? I need to know that information so that I can explain it to the people that I'm speaking with. Thank you.
I mean, Chairwoman, I think the councilwoman from National City is asking a great question. And we're now getting into this philosophical discussion of it's a VMT or it's a greenhouse gas emission. Is it the temperature rising or falling? That's beside the point. We are a transportation agency. We have a state law and a federal law. The state law said that you have to meet certain targets. Don't ask us why this target, whether it's logical. That's not, we didn't set those targets. If you want to change those targets, like the chairwoman alluded to, talk to the legislators and change the law. I think Councilmember Fisher was saying last time in the workshop, let's change the law. Change the law. But the law is this. In the regional transportation plan, and by the way, in every regional transportation plan in the state, there is the statewide assumption, and that is either a gas tax or a replacement of the gas tax. We have nothing to do with that. That's a statewide assumption. On top of that, we assumed a road user charge. I think it's about 2 cents per mile, and the board asked us to remove it, and that's what we're doing. So let's not complicate these issues and make it philosophical discussion. It's very simple. This board directed staff to take the road user charge on top of the statewide, which we have nothing to do with, out. We're taking it out. We're resubmitting the plan to the state. It's up to the state whether they're going to approve it or not. But we're following your direction. And look, you all smart people, but this is definitely beyond my pay scale to start solving the modeling problem here that require few PhDs that are doing it right now, like Dr. Wu, to solve. But this discussion is really about following your direction and taking the road user charge out and putting this for public review. There is no other discussion that been taken. There is no changes to the plan. We are following your direction and removing the road user charge. The statewide charge, we have nothing to do with it. And every plan in the state, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Sacramento, all the 18 MPOs have that statewide assumption. Now, the state now is doing a pilot to replace the gas tax with a different user charge. We don't know the result of that, and we don't control it either. And I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, but I do believe, Vice Mayor, that your request is not one that I don't know that necessarily is where you stand on the issue. What you're asking is for a document with the facts. And I know that that's handy because we have used the facts to have these conversations over and over again. I think there's absolutely an opportunity, and that's why this discussion is so important. there are people who have very different perspectives, and that's why we all run for office with our different perspectives, and our constituents elected us into office, and we all are sitting here having the discussion. And there are going to be clear philosophical reasons of how we get to one place or another. Some of us may be, leaning one way or another, and that's okay. That's what this body is supposed to be doing. And in the retreat, all of you asked for opportunities to have further deep dives on some of these issues, and that's what we're doing here today. It's taking this long because it's a process we have to follow, because part of our responsibility and our job is to ensure that there is opportunities for public comment, et cetera, et cetera. I know that it's been said, right? It has been since last December where the recommendation was done to take the road user charge out of this plan. I was on TV announcing that we were going to take it out, and then there was assumptions made that I said, oh, I'm taking it out. No, this is not the Nora show. I never said that I was going to take it out. What I said is that that's the direction that the board gave us, and that's the direction that we're going to be going on under my leadership as chair. And that's what we're doing right now. Could it happen faster? I wish government worked faster. I really do, every day of my life. And I've been a public servant for a couple of years now. It doesn't work that fast. But I think to your point, it is extremely important that if it takes us longer to have these conversations, because if you have questions and you have access to all this data every day, imagine what the public is asking for. So to respond to you, we will make sure that we have some sort of, I know that we have it already because I've seen them, and we'll get that to you so that you can share with your colleagues, and we'll get it to everyone else. All right, council member?
Yeah, so first of all, I think the discussion is really great. I think part of what we're seeing right now, though, is there's two separate things that we're trying to get at. One of them being the item at hand, which is looking at the amendment that was requested from this board for something a previous board did. There are things that are just what we need to do to be in compliance, and please correct me at any point if I'm wrong, with both state and federal law, and that's the way that we must govern. There is also a lot of discussion, though, on how we feel about those things, and that's perfectly okay for us to have a conversation on. However, I genuinely believe that that's a conversation we must be having when we're talking about our legislative priorities and the things that we would like to change about the way that we must govern or we want to operate in here. I'm hearing, of course, like it's not ideal that we're not taking into consideration several assumptions and whatnot, but we still have a formula that we need to input the data in that's going to give us the result. And that's the formula that's been handed to us. That's a card that's been handed to us as what we must do until we are able to either decide as a board, we want to advocate to our as an agency, to our state, federal legislators. That's perfectly fine. I just think that we're getting all of these things convoluted, and that's why it gets so muddled in this conversation. They're two completely different conversations to have. One is, are we doing what we must do per accordance with what our board is here to do, and the other is, what do we want to see changed, right? And I think we've had those conversations both at the retreat and in some of our workshops about, well, we just don't like that we have to do these things, or we don't think that it's conducive to the work that we do in our region. And that's fair, but we must take that conversation on the action of what we can do about that policy rather than the overall of our, philosophical or our ideas. I do think we can be a stronger advocacy agency for the things that we believe don't work for our region, because the reality is our region is very unique in a lot of ways. We have not only the border, but just we are a very specific region that the needs that we have are different than other parts of the state or the country. And so I just would like for us to, although I think this conversation is very great and fruitful, we must be able to differentiate that as we're moving forward, because if not, we get caught up in the who's making us do this and why? And we need to be able to separate that in order for us to have some conclusion when we're trying to get not
just getting through the meeting because of course we want to hear what we all are thinking and what the public has to say. But that's when it gets also very confusing for the public, in my opinion, because there is that we're not differentiating between the legislative and policies that we would like to see changed, and what we need to do as a board. And so I just think that there is a lot of great conversation here. We just need to be able to direct it in an element where it makes sense.
Mayor Kranz.
Yes, thank you. I would point out that Mr. Crowder's comments about this being a philosophical discussion, in reality, what it is writ large is a political conversation. And there's no question that for the last couple of years, this issue has been used as a tool to bludgeon this agency. And so while the chair talks about government not being very fast, I'm reminded of the term government in action. And depending on how you say that, I'm inclined to use the term inaction, because it has taken entirely too long to get to the point where we're able to consider this in a serious way. So I'm thankful that we're at that point. I would also like to point out that we have a road usage charge. It is a gas tax that is as inequitable as you could possibly get. I office from home. I ride my bike to City Hall. Unfortunately, I don't have a transportation system that allows me to come to these meetings by public transit, or I would gladly do that. My son, a tradesman, works throughout the state, pays crazy money to drive his truck in order to transport his tools. He recently had the opportunity with the company that he works with to get a company vehicle with a company gas credit card, and it was like a huge pay increase for him. So while we have these conversations about the best way to pay for improvements to our transportation system, whether that's public transit, modes of public transit, modes of people getting from where they need to be to back home, et cetera, I think it is important that we remember that the impacts that these decisions have on the common man are pretty important. So I look forward to putting this to rest in the 2021 plan and actually relish the opportunity to have this conversation again with the 2025 plan.
Thank you, Mayor Vasquez.
I will make my comments very short and I hope sweet. I support a fact sheet regarding what a road use charge is, but also clarifying the difference between the state road use charge and SANDAG. I think that would help to inform real people about what's going on here. And I think that would help to shore up what the future of transportation allocations of funding will look like. Secondly, I'd like to say, while this is 2021, I'm really looking forward to working on the future regional plan. And I'm pleased to see that outlined in the key considerations that budgetary question, that budgetary shortfall has been met with the adjustments that are currently recommended in item number 16. So fact sheet number 1 regarding, and I'm talking about a one-page fact sheet, nice and simple, provided to us that can be updated, and when updated, notifying us to let us know when it is updated, but also a one-page fact sheet regarding the upcoming regional plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Vasquez. Mayor Jones?
Thank you so much, Chair. So we do sort of have a fact sheet, though it's 26 pages, which is the funding for the regional plan. And it actually has out there, and actually you had brought this up, Vice Mayor Molina. On V23, it has $2 billion that is going to be it's called city/county local gas taxes. So that through 2050 is going to bring in revenue to pay for the regional plan. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because we do actually have it. I read all these little details. I'm sort of geeky like that. So anyway, thanks.
Yeah, no, I think I'm not saying, I'm sure people are not saying that they haven't read it. I think what they're saying is how do we digest 26 pages into one document so that the community who is not responsible for doing this work every day can actually absorb it, right? I think that's what I'm hearing from my colleagues. But thank you for sharing that. Councilmember Duncan.
Thank you. So this matter is on the agenda today as a public hearing, correct? We're not taking action today.
Nope, that's exactly what I said.
Yes, and that's exactly what I'm repeating rhetorically. The vast majority of the other directors' comments and questions to me today were totally appropriate with having a public hearing. So I felt that Mr. Carter's comments about our conduct was inappropriate and very excessive in regard to chastising us for asking questions. For me to ask a question about in the calculation of an increase in greenhouse gases based off of the amendment to the regional plan that we're having a public hearing about, and whether that's primarily about an increase in vehicle miles traveled, whereas they may be suppressed if there's a road user charge, is exactly what I think we're here and we're supposed to do. And I don't think that our CEO should chastise our fellow directors when they ask a question and want to try to understand something. I understand maybe he's frustrated with the fact that the road user's charge is coming out, or that it takes a long time, or that it's been work to be done. And I appreciate that, but I don't appreciate being chastised publicly for doing what I think our job is.
So Councilmember Duncan, I think we all take information differently. And as somebody who deals with microaggressions on a day-to-day basis and every hour, I can understand where people may have different interpretations of the information that is provided. I do believe that it's appropriate for our executive director to try to guide us and to share with us where the different laws are in the state and the local level. His directiveness may not be something that you appreciate, but I don't think that in my opinion, there was nothing that was chastising. I do take your comment and I appreciate your comment, but I also think it's important that our CEO has an opportunity to be able to delineate where the rules are coming from and some of the feedback that he's getting, which is why I also emphasized, with no intention of chastising anyone, that it was important to ensure, and I think Councilmember Cardenas also, Deputy Mayor Cardenas also mentioned it, and a couple of other folks, that it's really about, a lot of the discussions that are taking place are philosophical, because if you heard the passion that Councilmember Xu had around some of the goals, and Mayor Minto had a very different separate discussion, and I was, okay, well, climate change is real for me, but he's looking at it from a different lens. I think those are philosophical questions. And so I apologize that you may be absorbing this information in a different way, but I do think it's important that our CEO has an opportunity to share information. We can work together to figure out how that information is shared and move forward. But I do think it's appropriate. And I'm sorry that you took it a different way. Go ahead.
May I respond?
Actually, no, we'll keep moving. So go ahead. I mean, that you want to say, because I'm happy to have a conversation. If this is a personnel issue, we can have it separately because I think it's important. I just wanted to address to you how I didn't see it that way. And I acknowledge that what you saw is your perspective. And I think that's important. Is there anything else that you want to add?
Yeah, just very briefly, I think everything you said about what the CEO could do can be done by saying those things without the chastisement part. And we have spoken about that before. And the other just last comment I'll make is when people make very lengthy comments about that they think that the meeting is taking too long. They don't seem to realize that their very lengthy comments about the meeting taking too long is causing the meeting to last a lot longer and have people respond to those comments.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
meeting is going to take as long as we need it to happen and people can have their opinions. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair Vargas. I wanted to comment on two things quickly. One is on the importance of VMT reduction. And you may recall a year, but maybe it was 2 years ago, we had CARB here explaining why GHG and VMT reduction is important. And my recollection, and maybe if we can maybe pull up that meeting and share the presentation with some of the new board members, was that even after the state has a very good program to change the fleet from gas or diesel consuming vehicles to electric, and it's leading the rest of the nation and the world in that respect. But even when those mandates come up, that's for new vehicles. And there's going to be many years where people don't change the vehicles every year, and some people cannot afford to do that. Truckers, sometimes they can't afford to buy a new truck overnight. So there's still going to be millions of gas and diesel consuming vehicles. And that's why it's important to continue looking at reducing VMT. So that was one comment. The second comment was, I want to echo what Mayor Krantz said. I'm not ashamed, but when I go to put gas in my car, I am paying a road user charge. And we're all paying a different road user charge. If you're lucky enough to have an electric vehicle, you're not paying anything when you charge. None of the money when you charge is going to maintain and keep our transportation system in order. If you happen to have an old car that is not fuel efficient, you're paying a lot more than somebody that has a fuel efficient vehicle. That speaks to the inequality that Mayor Krantz talked about. And with more zero emission vehicles on the road, that means less revenue to be able to keep our transportation system in good order so that you can keep traveling on it. So that's why this state and many other states and eventually the federal government will have to look at a different way of collecting from people, so that because the collecting at the pump is not going to yield enough money to be able to keep the system going. So I hope that clarifies. Thank you, Mayor Krantz, for bringing that up.
Thank you. And there's a lot of discussions happening in the state about how we meet our goals, infrastructure needs, funding. And I think the other piece of it is the amount of funding that's going to come from the federal government so that we can ensure, right? This is the first time that we're going to get that much funding for some of these initiatives and projects. And so how do we make sure that that is being allocated to address some of these challenges that we have? Let me go ahead and Mayor Escondido, Councilmember, Mayor White.
Thank you very much. I just need some clarification on something that Mayor Jones had said, and that is the revenue collected from a road user charge cannot be put back into roads. Is that accurate? The region? Got it. So with that being said,
hold on, let me ask, can somebody respond to that question?
I'm not sure I can. So the revenue generated from RUC would go into implementing the regional plan.
correct,
Yes.
which is mostly public transportation.
It's all the policy projects and programs in there. It's a slew of things.
Okay.
Where's our finance?
With
Hold
that
on one
being
second.
said-
Hold on, because I'm hearing no over here. So Colleen?
No, it's not mostly public transportation. It's for the programs, right, Colleen?
Yeah, so the road usage charge, if there were a regional road usage charge, which is being pulled out of this, it's pretty flexible in what it could be used for, because actually the people and the board would get to decide how to utilize that. So the state would set the rules for the state road usage charge. Any regional collection would really be up to the board and ultimately the people to decide how that money should be spent.
Understood. Can you
It says
clarify
right
what you're
on
reading?
page V4 that the eligible uses are transit capital and ATP/programs. That's where the X's are on that actual page. It has transit operations blank, highway capital blank, highway operations blank, local streets and roads blank, and then also debt service blank. It says specifically on that page, those two eligible uses, because that's what it's called, eligible uses.
Mayor Jones,
Fund
I'm just going to
source.
ask you to use your clicker. I just want to be fair because
Sorry.
there's other people
Sorry,
waiting
he
in
was
line.
asking me,
It's okay.
so-
I asked
So
her.
if I can just ask, hold on one second. We need to have a process so that we are able to make sure that everybody who is asking to, when you get elected, you're happy to run this meeting. Okay, we're going to have a process and I want everybody to have discussion, but I have people waiting on the queue. If you have specific questions for anybody, we're going to have staff respond. If you have specific questions to a colleague, I'm going to ask the colleague to put yourself on the queue so we can follow a process. Is that cool with everybody?
That's fine. And
All
moving
right,
forward.
fantastic. Go ahead and ask your question.
So my point is, with that being said, I represent the fourth largest city in the county where the average household income is $30,000 below the county average. If my residents, who in large part are construction workers traveling throughout the county, are being charged for every mile that they drive, and that money cannot be used to be reinvested back into those roads, that seems pretty inequitable to me. So I just wanted to make that point and hope we can find something that works for all cities, not just a few.
Okay. Vice Mayor? Vice.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pivot back. I appreciated your comments. Recognizing exactly as you said, the way that different comments can land with different folks. I also did not hear a chastising of the board. And I think it's really important that staff can speak directly with the board about when we are and are not staying on track with what we have to do. And if we respond in a way that makes them feel like every time they are direct with us, there's going to be blowback, we're going to have staff that's walking on eggshells, and we are dealing with highly technical issues with legal requirements, and this whole thing's going to get screwed up. And so I think that there's a necessity for decorum and for respect amongst the board to staff to board. I also don't want to create a culture or environment of folks not feeling like they can say, look, it's an important road that you're traveling down, but it's not the road that we need to in order to end up at the destination that we have to for this particular conversation. I think that staff has done a really good job of that. And I haven't been here for that long, but I was here last year. And as Mayor Kranz mentioned, this issue was used to bludgeon this agency over the better part of, we're going on almost 2 years now. And so I think that's important context for any response from staff or other board members when this conversation is happening, because while your questions and comments might be on the up and up, the reality is that not all of them have been. And there has been a lot of, I won't even go down the rest of that path, but I just want to add that context. I want to support the chair's comments. And I really, really hope that we can appreciate staff's responsibility to be direct with us when we are talking about technical issues and legal requirements. The last thing that I'll mention, it's important to note what Colleen had said there. Ultimately, we are the board, and we will have policy-making authority to determine how equitable the way any revenue that we bring in is utilized. I'll conclude there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Thank you, everyone, for your feedback. Continue to process this, and then we're going to go ahead and move forward. We have focus and how we're going to go and do the next steps. The next item on the agenda is item 17 for an update on the ultimately supportive entry. We have our partners from Caltrans joining us today for the presentation. I'm going to ask Mario to go ahead and introduce them.
Hello, how are you? I'm Mario Orso. I'm the Deputy District Director for Caltrans, District 11, and I'm one of the leads for the Otay Mesa East. project. I have with me the newly named, my replacement, the corridor director for Caltrans for South County and Trade Corridors, Nikki Tianco, and our project manager for the project at SANDAG, Dr. Andrea Hoff. And we'll start really fast. So I know it's been a long meeting, so we'll dive into it. Today, we'll be providing you an update on the Otay Mesa East project. But I felt that was important that I highlight a couple elements before we begin with the update. This is a corridor project, and Hassan and Gustavo has already mentioned the value of having a joint team between Caltrans and SANDAG to pursue mega projects. North County Coast, I-15, and even the North Coast Corridor, project, as well as this project and Mid-Coast have been pursued in a joint manner between our different agencies. That allows us to pursue funding opportunities jointly and be more successful on this, like on the grant proposal or the allocation proposal that the California Transportation Commission is proposing for their next meeting to allocate $140 million for this project, or 18.2 with our joint partnership with the port on Vesta, as well as the Lausanne double tracking. I think also, just to wrap up this intro, I think it's important to highlight not just why we're presenting this update. Recently, you had a SANDAG 101 of your roles and responsibilities based on legislation of all the different activities and empowerments you have in different laws. One Senate Bill 1486, which is the enabling legislation for State Route 11 Otay Mesa East, which makes it a toll road to be able to pay for this port of entry, makes you all, the board of directors, the toll authority. It also gives you the power to issue bonds or incur in other types of loans to pay for the port of entry with those revenues of the border crossing or the toll of State Route 11. So I think it was very important for me to highlight that you are the toll authority and you will be making several decisions on this project. So we'll proceed with the update on the project now. There you go, Nikki. Or is it Andrea?
Thank you, Mario, and good morning. Still. Otay Mesa East Port of Entry project has always been considered part of the California-Mexico border system, which is illustrated here on the slide. You'll see Otay Mesa East highlighted in green among a cluster of 4 ports of entry in our region, which are some of the busiest in the country. Managing the ports of entry as a system really enables SANDAG and Caltrans and the region to better manage congestion and better manage incidents and traveler information. So just to highlight for the board, some of the key elements of these ports of entry. On the left, you'll see our busiest, San Ysidro Puerto Mexico, which is the 4th busiest in the world. Next to that is the Cross-Border Express, which connects with a pedestrian bridge to the Tijuana International Airport. And then you'll see Otay Mesa, which is our main commercial truck crossing. In the 1980s, trucks were shifted from San Ysidro to crossing exclusively at Otay Mesa, which is further from the dense residential areas in the county. And now Otay Mesa is the 2nd busiest commercial crossing in the country on our border with Mexico. This slide illustrates some of the key project milestones that we've achieved as a region over the past 25 years. Much of the impetus for the project originated when we measured the actual impacts of border wait times, finding that we were incurring significant economic and environmental impacts. Since then, the environmental clearance has occurred and various MOUs have been signed with federal agencies and Mexico to agree to move this project forward, followed by about 15 years of construction and other milestones. This slide illustrates some of those economic impacts. We've found that in 2016, long waits at our borders, which can regularly be 2 to 3 hours, sometimes up to 6 hours,
result in a loss of economic output of 3.4 billion annually, and the equivalent of approximately 80,000 jobs. Those long waits also result in tens of thousands of kilograms of CO2 and other harmful pollutants being released into the atmosphere. And with Otay Mesa East, we anticipate incurring significant savings, both in travel time savings, and a reduction in about a third of that CO2, which I mentioned, is being released into the atmosphere. Overall, we found that the benefits of this project outweigh the costs by a ratio of 5-to-1 over 20 years, which is really significant for any economic development project. This is the final slide I'll describe for you, which illustrates further how our border crossings in our region impact the entire nation. So the goods that cross the border in our region through our ports of entry impact the gross domestic product and job creation throughout the country. Nearly every state benefits economically from the goods that move across our border. The blue states illustrated here are just the top 10, with Massachusetts at the #1 spot, followed by Texas. And our economic impact analysis shows that with Otay Mesa East, we're anticipating those impacts to increase by approximately 20 to 30%, up to 42 billion from 32 billion, and hundreds of thousands of jobs. I'll turn it over to Nikki to describe some of the construction progress made thus far.
Thank you, Andrea. So this diagram shows you the current status of all the facilities in this corridor border region. All of the roadway infrastructures are open to traffic or substantially complete, including the 2 miles of the State Route 11. These are the final links to the San Diego South County for the residents and the travelers within this corridor border region. We are now focused to build the port of entry facility and the California Highway Patrol's inspection facility. Caltrans has built the access roads. Now SANDAG will build the port of entry. And as you can see, this speaks to the continued partnership at all levels of the government, the federal, the state, and the local governments in both sides of the country. That's the United States and Mexico. This project was environmentally cleared as one document. The State Route 11 includes 2 miles, 2 lanes at each direction, plus auxiliary lanes and connectors. So it extends from the vicinity, east of the vicinity of the interchanges, about 2.1 miles to the future port of entry facility. It also included constructing interchanges at Enrico Fermi and Siempre Viva, also with the overcrossing at Alta Road and undercrossing at Sanyo Avenue. As you can see, how large the project site is, this 100-acre site will be larger than our 2 nearby ports of entry at San Isidro and Otay Mesa ports combined. The federal facility will include non-intrusive inspection technologies that will examine the stream of vehicular traffic. These facilities will include the secondary inspection lanes that takes about a large portion of this site. While the passenger traveler exits this facility and enters into the state highway system, the commercial vehicle traffic enters into the CHP inspection facility for more safety inspection. This port of entry will serve as a relief for other ports of entries in the region. We will use innovative technologies to manage congestion using congestion pricing. It will improve the quality of life for the surrounding communities by improving air quality and mitigating local congestion. We also have another project that is in construction right now, and this is the installation of our fiber optic
optic system and the border wait time system that installs intelligent transportation system infrastructures at all of the 6 existing ports of entry as the backbone. This will allow real-time information for travelers so that they can best decide their quickest way to commute and provide their general transportation needs. This slide gives you a snapshot of, to the left of this slide shows the fully funded a portion of the project that include the right-of-way acquisition, the construction of the connectors at 11,905, 125. To the right of it is what is left still to be financed. And I wanted to highlight that as mentioned earlier, this $140 million of grant received through the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program is in addition to the $275 million that was already provided for the project. These are just a couple of snapshots of what we have currently out there. Shows the interchanges 11, 125, and 905. We also are currently constructing what we call the site preparation project. We're placing 2 million cubic yards of soil to create this flat pad connecting this current elevation at this State Route 11 and the elevation at Mexico. Also, we have already relocated 2 gas lines at this port of entry prior to building the port of entry facilities. We're also going to be bringing in new utilities to the site in the next month or so, and this is to provide water, air, communication, and power. This is the latest drone photo of what the site looks like, but what I wanted to point out is that you will notice at the north end, Mexico has already cleared and grubbed their portion of the facility. And I'm going to give this back to you, Mario.
Thank you. Well, we always get asked how Mexico's doing. Mexico has 3 portions of the project, very similar to ours. They have a major connector with the Tecate toll road, and that's already under construction. They have a 1-mile viaduct, raised viaduct that is under construction also. And they have already acquired about 75% of the property for their port of entry, which is now fully designed, and they have begun the clearing and grubbing, how Nikki showed on the picture. There's a little bit more of pictures of their connectors and the different piles that they're working on that construction. So to wrap up, what's next? As I mentioned, this body is the toll authority. And like we also mentioned, Caltrans is working on the horizontal, basically portion of this corridor job, which is the roadways, preparing the site for the port of entry, and SANDAG will be in charge of the vertical, the buildings. So, and we already have funded basically all the horizontal, and the vertical is the remaining portion that Nikki showed. So some of the elements that we have is we will be finalizing the utilities. We will be coming to all of you for several agreements that will need to be reviewed and take for your consideration, like how are we going to operate and maintain this facility together with the federal government, among many other agreements. The financing strategy. Nikki showed a pie of how we're planning to finance. Basically, we have a finance plan already set in place. If the CTC approves the $140 million for TCP funds, we just got the biggest infra grant, $150, and our traffic and revenue studies telling us that we can bond about $300 million. That makes whole the construction of the vertical buildings. But we need to come and present in detail that financing strategy. When we get the grants, we need to come to you to approve budget amendments to allow us to receive those funds. So those are some of the different activities. We will be coming, we have begun the design of the project. Basically, we begun with acquiring or getting the consultants that will help us design the port of entry and the highway patrol facility. But we will be coming also to you to ask about alternate design build methodologies and putting into your consideration different ways to protect SANDAG to reduce the risk and maybe expedite the delivery. Then we will also come to present the contracts for the construction phase. So there's a road ahead that's coming where this board is going to be substantially involved on the remaining piece of this project. This is a historic project, one of a kind, and you're going to have the chance to really move us forward and assist us to the project team. That is an update for us today. We tried to streamline it, knowing that it's been a long meeting, and we welcome any questions. Thank you.
If I may, Chairwoman, and Nikki and Andrea and Mario, thank you. And this is the team, this is the A team that got this project to this point, and I can speak for Gustavo. For amazing team, truly amazing team. And there were a couple of things that Mario mentioned that you need to know about. So we're not there yet. As you know, this project will be turned over, will be conveyed to the federal government because we are not a national government. We can't run border crossings. By the time we're done, this will be about $1.5 billion to be conveyed to CPP, Custom Patrol, and GSA, General Service Administration. We have been working with CPP and GSA and trying to work out all the things that we need to. Right now, the most critical step in this project is for CPP to sign a memorandum of agreement. We presented to them a couple of months ago. Gustavo and I and the team traveled to Washington, D.C. We met with all the federal agencies, Federal Highways, Build America Bureau, CPP, GSA. And our hope is they sign this memorandum of agreement that would allow our team to do what we call the 30% design on the facility. And we're hoping this signature to be within weeks. Obviously, the financial plan is critical. There is some questions about what toll revenues can be used for that will impact the financial plan. So while it's an amazing project, while we're at the 10-yard line, we're not there yet. And I think today's presentation is timely, but I have the greatest confidence in this team you see in front of you. And I have the greatest confidence in the partnership we have with District 11 that we're going to deliver this amazing project to the region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to public comments.
Thank you very much. Our first public speaker will be Alan, who will be followed by Truth.
And just a reminder to all the public speakers, you have 1 minute, and the item before you is the Otay Mesa East Port of Entry project. So please focus on that item.
Okay, we'll quote the actual agenda item. Otay Mesa project, listen to this. Will improve the reliability movement of people and goods by relieving traffic congestion at the international border, shorter wait times and less idling to reduce congestion and air pollution at all ports of entry. What about the toll road 125? Thank you for pointing that out. What about the congestion at 805? You're taking care of the border, but what about people in America? Because if you relieve the traffic of 125 by taking away the toll, you're going to open up the traffic all the other freeways, which will help your Otay Mesa entry. I repeat again, reduce air pollution. I find it hypocritical. The guy before said, by taking away the road use cards, we're going to encourage people to drive more. Well, isn't that the point? To allow people freedom of movement, which you say right in this document? I yield back.
We have 6 remaining speakers on this item. Next will be Truth, followed by Paul Henkin.
Oh, Hassan, whining? Well, on the $400,000 pay scale. The Otay Mesa East Port of Entry is a $1.4 billion federally funded plan. Who knows how much goes to Mexico to create a new border crossing to their benefit? $40 billion worth of congestion taxes, intelligent transportation systems, that's tracking people, a traveler information system, there you go, more of it, and toll facilities. It goes hand in hand with MTS's binational trolley with biometric theft via a smart gate system. The North American Union 2.0, that's what all this is really about. A plan to benefit a few people in big industry at the expense of both Americans and Mexicans. Mexicans to be used as cheap labor, Nora, and Americans' life reduced to that of the average Mexican who lives with an economy 3 times as bad as ours. Because the UN's finally found some footing with traders here at SANDAG. A binational association of governments to harness human capital. That's what a Mexican rep said with UN Habitat here at SANDAG.
Our next speaker will be Paul Hankin. After Paul Hankin, we'll go to our first speaker on Zoom, Frank Cicero.
All right. Thanks. Yes, you need to construct congestion on our local highways and let's say you need to clean up all of the 8G greenhouse gases, not just focus on carbon in cars. I keep hearing carbon, but the California Air Resources Board monitors 3 greenhouse gases, and there are actually 8, including water vapor, ozone, and I believe PFAs. And of course, methane and nitrous oxide and all those horrible things. But the point is not just carbon, and please look them up. And I hope that, by the way, the less time spent getting through the border does not mean that they're going to
Your
be
time has
searching
expired.
less.
Our
Thank
next
you.
speaker will be Truth, who will be followed, oh, I'm sorry. Our next speaker will be Frank Cicero, who will be followed by Catherine Rhodes.
Hi, my comment is a general comment, so I apologize and I can wait until later. I may have to drop.
Thank you. We will take the rest of the non-agenda public comment after the closed session public comment, and I will call on you by name at that time. Thank you. So we'll move on to Catherine Rhodes and then the original draw. Catherine, you're self-muted at the moment. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, this is Catherine Rhodes. Mayor Jones is always correct. I noticed today's page 183 footnote 1 for greenhouse gas MPOs have to round to the nearest integer percent. So that's great. So my big question is, what is the status of the Border Patrol officers to keep the borders open? You know, for me, I always thought the reason why we have these long waits is because there's just few border lanes open and we have a lack of funding for actual officers. And then I'll think similar to this, I think SANDAG should ask for state and federal ability legislation. So SANDAG could take over the Tijuana River pollution from the EPA and then have an agreement with SANDAG, EPA, Customs and Border Patrol, International Boundary and Water Commission, so you could actually fix Tijuana River and create a new border state park. So I think you guys can do it, and I hope you guys think of doing that for projects. That's something that everybody would like. But yes, what's the status of the number of Border Patrol officers?
Our next speaker will be the original draw, who will be followed by Blair Beekman.
Love that we always do stuff for other countries and not our own people, but I am very curious to know how you are going to control greenhouse gases coming from the cars that come out of Mexico, because they don't have the same, high standards that we do here in the United States of America. And so I'm just like, how can you really control that if they're just going to be coming and going, and it's going to be happening a lot faster? And so more people will want to do that. How are you going to ensure that they aren't, producing more greenhouse gases in our, nation. And I feel like that needs to be addressed, because they're not going to be changing their way of living like we are this fast. So I'm just curious, are you going to be regulating their vehicles as well? Or is it just kind of like, it doesn't matter as long as they can come? Nora, what do you think about that? It was great seeing you yesterday.
And our final speaker on this item will be Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I'm interested, the work I do with tech accountability and open public policies. I'm wondering how those sort of practices can connect and relate to these border issues. Would Mexico be interested in the work that's going on with tech accountability in this country that I think would be of interest to them? Tijuana area is really building up, and I've been really impressed, surprised at its buildup that we're trying to prepare for. Good luck in those efforts. I think mixed income housing ideas that we want to work on in this country can be worked on very well in Mexico and Tijuana as well. So I'm very interested in this border relationship. Thanks a lot in your work on this item.
That concludes the public commenters.
Thank you. Councilmember Burkholder.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And I want to thank you, Mr. Orso, and your team for taking me on the lovely tour of Otay Mesa East. If you haven't been, I do encourage my colleagues to go down there. 1 in 10 transfer trucks 1 in 10 vehicles sold in this country cross that border. So that is pretty impressive if you think about this from an economical standpoint. If you could pull up the slide with the map on it. So that you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. It has the map of the United States on it. Essentially, we'll get there shortly. It actually is huge, so it looks nothing like these little slides. You just passed it. That one. So essentially, every truck that goes to those locations crosses through the I-578 corridor, of which the voters passed in 2004 for improvements that have not been done. So what we see is a lower quality of life in Carlsbad and increased greenhouse gases in California, and a delay in delivery of goods and services throughout the country. So I know we talked about this on my tour, but I'm passionate about improving the I-578 corridor, so I had to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to Councilmember Chavez, I was just going to say that I'm so happy that you were in District 1 because it's actually in the unincorporated area of District 1. And what's really interesting is that we know, right, one of the reasons why the East Otay Mesa port of entry is so important is that it actually will be able to help us reduce the gas emissions because so many trucks stay idle at the moment. And as your car representative, I can assure you that the regulations that we follow in the United States are being followed by truckers, the truck drivers in Mexico. And we actually gave folks 10 years to be able to transition. That was what the rule from CARB was. And so there's still a lot of work happening. There's some tension in the transition as we're having these conversations now, but I think that we're headed in the right direction so that we don't impact the economy. And then at the same time, CARB has been flexible with some of the trucks so that they are able to, because of COVID, a lot of things were backed up. And so happy to share information with anyone if you have any specific questions, but this is, AB 617, if you've never heard of that legislation, it's really important that you look into it. It's a legislation that really helps us really understand these environmental communities of interest, and we actually are advocating for additional dollars from our legislature to make sure that we're addressing some of these issues and a lot of the work that we're doing also with Imperial County, because as a border region, we look at this from a bigger regional perspective. So wanted to share that with my colleagues because I think it's really important information. Councilmember Chavez.
There we go. First of all, I want to thank Mario Orso and his team and all the Caltrans team. I mean, he's been practically doing this since 1998, haven't you? And, you know, I was fortunate enough to be in government in 2006 when you actually were planning with SANDAG, and between SANDAG and Caltrans, we're completing the study of economic impact of border wait times. So I got firsthand and the first view when that study came out. And I just want to be mindful that we are thinking holistically when we're thinking about regional solutions. And that's what I appreciate about this presentation. I've been following it since precisely 2006. And you know, our San Diego region is home to the world's busiest land border crossing, as you mentioned, and a testament to the interconnectedness of the Cali Baja region. However, the prolonged wait times at the border pose a significant constraint on our regional economy and pump tons of greenhouse gas emissions into our environment, as you mentioned. Any initiative aimed at reducing these wait times and fostering greater connectivity within our region is not just beneficial, but also essential. I welcome measures that promote efficiency and environmental responsibility in our shared border region and allow us to further connect our community. And like I said, we're not an island. We need to think holistically. We have these great neighbors that we can partner up with, not just international trade, but also housing. Let's be mindful that a lot of the 1,000 people that cross northbound every single morning to work, to invest, are people, are US citizens that also have housing on the other side of the border. So we need to think holistically, and I fully support any and all initiatives that come to make solutions for the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Gustavo?
Thank you, Chair Vargas. I wanted to thank Mario for his leadership on this project and binational issues for many years. I think he started when he was like 5 years old. And I want to congratulate Nikki on her first presentation as corridor director for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program here in District 11. I look forward to many more successful presentations in the future. And there are a lot of people that work on this project. I see Betsy and Monica from Federal Highways, and I want to highlight also the role that Federal Highways plays in this project, and thank her and Administrator for California from Federal Highways, Vince Mamano, for being supportive of this project, as well as the Build America Bureau that is also part of the Department of Transportation. So thank you.
I'll try to be brief. I certainly want to support commerce across the border. I think it's so important for both countries, and I would like to work towards that. And I really also want to commend SANDAG, Caltrans, all the federal agencies as well for working on this project, because its original intent was not just to reduce wait time, but to improve the environmental quality of the border region. And we know that's real critical. So I just want to do two heads up things. Mario, you've heard this from me before. You know, there's a phenomenon called induced demand in terms of expanding highways does not work towards reducing congestion, nor does it reduce pollution in ultimate. So I hope that we are monitoring these new crossings and seeing if it does the same phenomenon will happen with border crossing, that we increase the border crossing with a brand new crossing site only to make congestion even worse and pollution actually worse for our communities. With that said, I hope we can also look into operational concerns in the future in which we can induce, or I'm sorry, incentivize rather, cleaner vehicles. And I think there are some ways we can do that. And also you have all those monitoring sites. I know you're going to try to make it so that the wait times are less. But I think now that CARB is moving forward with electrification of heavy duty and medium duty trucks, that we also find a way to incentivize that maybe through faster crossings for them. So I think that's an added thing that you may want to look at towards future, towards our operation. Thank you.
Yes, and we've heard you loud and clear. And our infra grant actually that we received actually had the request of funding for electrification and infrastructure for zero vehicle emissions to be within the port of entry. So that's one of our big challenges, but we're looking into it, providing that infrastructure for zero vehicle emissions, goods for bigger trucks as well as passenger vehicles. And something that we didn't mention also, that together with the border wait time system that Nikki mentioned during her presentation, we have also installed air monitors together with Casa Familiar jointly. And that's going to allow us to see what you're bringing up to our attention, the success, right? If we have those goals, we're going to look at the border wait times together with the our strategies and how the emissions should be being reduced in that area. As well as we, in the border master plan, we have several ideas planned of appointment services, green lanes, and other strategies to allow the promotion of lower emission vehicles and reduction of the idling vehicles in the different border crossings.
Yeah, and so I actually want to expand on that, Mario, because the work that we're doing was actually as a result of the work with Casa Familiar and the air pollution control district. So when I was chair the last 2 years, we were very intentional of that work. And what's really important around this, the filters and the exposure of that, it's on the Mexican side and on the American side. And voluntarily, both governments are using that data, and SANDAG is allowing us to, work together to gather that data so that we can really create policy based on what we're receiving in that. So that's one. The other thing I think that's really important to mention is that to your point of electrification, we actually now have, and for those that want to visit, on a couple of months ago, we opened up the first commercial medium and heavy truck fast charging station in the state, right? And I think probably in the country, because we actually have been leading the efforts. So TruckNet is an entity that is right on the border on East Otay, on the Otay Mesa side, that all of you can come and visit and you can see, and the actual trucks that are now being able to use. And the owner of TruckNet will also tell you that they also have the best burritos in California, that's what he says. So that's his claim to fame. But I wanted to share that, and I think that there's a lot of innovation and opportunities to really think about what it looks like as we move forward. And you should all know that in my role as SANDAG and CARB, with the governor, we're going to be creating the first binational committee for the state of California to address the issues related to the U.S.-Mexico border. And so we'll be having that meeting sometime in July, and I'll keep you all posted because, again, this is not a border issue. This is an issue of how what the impact will be for the local economy and also the country as a whole. So I'm happy to share that information as we are able to have it. So, Mayor?
Thank you. I actually had a point that you brought up a little bit, and that is hopefully since we have incentives for zero emissions vehicles, that we're also going to focus on putting in infrastructure so that we can actually have people charge up or, whatever they need to do, hydrogen, whatever vehicle they end up using, that we actually have the infrastructure with them, because we aren't going to be able to get people to really get incentivized until we actually have that infrastructure. Thank you.
Yeah. On the electrification, first of all, how fast is the TruckNet charging? I'm really curious about that. Do you know?
Pretty fast.
Like an hour or something? Because
It depends on the vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was wondering if there's any discussion about standardizing the batteries in these trucks so that they could just simply switch out batteries, and then when they come back, then they get their battery back or something. I have no idea.
I think those are all really good questions. I'm not sure anybody here is qualified to answer that question, but I think if you have it, we're happy to bring it back and get you that information either from APCD or CARB or some other folks that are experts on this item. Right? Yeah. Okay, good. All right. With that, Mayor, do you have another question? Mayor Jones?
I'm sorry, that was my last.
Oh, okay, because your name is on. Okay. All right, we're cool. All right. So we are that was item number 17. It was only an information item. Again, please help me in thanking all of the team for doing such a great job. All right, so because of time, what I want to do is the following. We're going to have public comment for the two items, which are item number 18 and 19. And then we'll finish up all the non-agenda public comments so that people don't have to wait for us to finish our closed session and then come back. I want to be respectful of the public's time. And then we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll go into closed session. And then we'll ask everyone who is not part of closed session to clear the room. But for now, let's go ahead and take public comment for items number 18 and 19. Francesca.
Thank you very much. I have two members of the public who'd like to speak on closed session. We'll start with Truth, if you'd like to step up to the podium, and then Catherine Rhodes on Zoom will be next.
Anybody hear me? One minute, what is it?
It's 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, well, that's fun. Great. Wrote 2 speeches. All right. Let's see. Rose Canyon Bikeway. Let's see. Well, who cares about that? You know what? We're going to freeze with all the temperature decreases. I don't know if anybody thought about that. Item 19, Brian McSpadden versus the city of San Diego. I'm not at all surprised to see yet another case brought against the city. Sharon Muller are used to all the corruption going on there. But they need to recuse themselves of this closed session matter since they're stuck in the conflict of interest middle. Sean can't distinguish truth from a lie anyways. The personal injury case was filed last year. Brian's with SANDAG, suing the city. You got King Amanpour in there. How about some of that breakfast catering? Some of that back there, taxpayers paid for it. How much of my money went to that? Tell you, my research deserves at least that, 60 seconds for 2 items. And SANDAG needs to provide us all free non-GHG UFOs. There's my solution. And every rep needs to be able to pull items before public comment. Thank you.
Our next speaker, I'm sorry, Chair, that concludes the public speakers on, I'm sorry, no, I'm getting both items mixed up.
No worries.
We'll go to Catherine Rhodes next, and then the original draw, and then non-agenda public comments.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I'm talking on item 18, surplus lands. And so what I think you should do is you should keep those 2 properties because they're very close to where the Del Mar Tunnel is going to be, right by the train tracks. And so I think you could use it for construction staging, and you shouldn't actually sell the property right now. But if you do sell the property, you should sell it to another public agency so we could have 100% public housing instead of selling it to developers so that they could make some money. So anyway, this is a great location in Sorrento Valley adjacent to train tracks. And so, with the county's Health and Human Service, Behavioral Health want this public property, we could have this for drug and alcohol abuse. There's so much drug and alcohol abuse in North County. This would be a great location for something to keep it public. And then, yes, and if you are selling it, how many affordable housing will be there, and how many homes for the homeless? Thank you.
And our final speaker on the closed session items will be the original draw. You can go ahead.
Yeah, none of you guys should be deciding anything on any of this stuff because none of you are competent enough, and you're selling our nation and this county out to globalists. Anywho, this whole sale of real property and stuff like that, you guys are loving to do this whole land grab. And what you're doing when you're doing that is actually displacing people while you're claiming, you're like, want to get all the cheap property, right? And then you're going to raise the value of it by putting transit there. So then you can make money off of it. And so that the property owner doesn't own all the revenue. It's very dangerous what you're doing with that, because you're going and you're taking up all the land that the people should be able to buy, and then you're just going to raise it up so that you guys, and then everybody else's taxes go up. And yeah, you're just gonna, good job on that. Good job on displacing more people like you love to do.
Chair, that concludes the public commenters on closed session.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to go ahead to non-agenda public comment. I think you have 8 people.
Yes, thank you. I'll call on the 8 people who had their hands raised at the beginning of the meeting, starting with Consuelo, and then after Consuelo will be Corey Schumacher.
Broke it. Okay, now try. Reminder, the system isn't broken. It was built this way, perfectly flawed. A blind belief in authority is the greatest enemy of truth, Einstein. The real conspiracy theorists believe that the government cares about them. The media would never mislead them or lie. And the pharmaceutical industry that makes billions off of sickness wants to cure them. People believe that they have to be governed because the programmers programmed it that way. Wake up, you are sovereign. I urge you all on the planet to join the revolution. Tell your corrupt governments to fuck off.
Our next speaker is Corey Schumacher, who will be followed by Mark.
Good morning, Chair Vargas, board members, and SANDAG staff. My name is Corey Schumacher, and on behalf of those powering action in San Diego County, the 3,600 union electricians and power professionals of IBEW 569, I'm here to share an update about the Let's Go San Diego campaign. Let's Go San Diego is off to a strong start in our effort to qualify a ballot measure for much funded safety repairs and updates to our roads and transportation infrastructure throughout San Diego County. Countywide, the folks in your neighborhoods want action taken to improve their roads. Let's Go San Diego creates a mechanism to fund such improvements, which is especially important given the discussed removal of a regional road surcharge discussed earlier. In the first week of our 6-month effort, Let's Go San Diego collected 15,000 signatures of the 102,000 signatures needed. In addition, the coalition has new polling showing strong support of our measure. From grade separation in Carlsbad to fixing roads in Ramona and the potholes in the city of San Diego, we share a need for transportation, safety repairs, and upgrades.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark, and after Mark, we'll go to Frank Cicero on Zoom.
Mark, what all of you people here need to see are these two video titles on YouTube. In this one, Goodbye American Sovereignty, you see it from 3 minutes to 6 minutes. That's not much to ask. And what they're talking about is that Trump in Chapter 30 of the USMCA, United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, by the way, Nora is selling out Mexico as well as America and Canada. And Biden did not rescind this. Chapter 30 signed control of immigration and trade over to a foreign unelected council. We only have one American member on. He is not elected. You guys need to see this video. This is why these things are really happening, because we're the North American Union. We're one of the 11 mega regions. The globalists want to break us. They don't want us to be free sovereign citizens of the United States. They want us to be part of their North American Union. And you guys need to see these videos. You need to see Rosa Corey, who was a Democrat. It doesn't matter. Everybody would be against this if they knew and saw this video. She was with the Department of Transportation.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Frank Cicero, who will be followed by Mike Bullock.
Thank you. I'd like to commend you on your forward-thinking efforts to bring mass transit to San Diego County. This is a very difficult but monumental transformation that would make San Diego County an even more ideal place to live. I've been to other parts of the country and world where it's truly liberating to be able to easily get to your destination on your own 2 feet. It's impractical, unsustainable, and energy inefficient to have to rely on a 3,000-pound vehicle as a primary means of transportation. Increasing road lanes will not eliminate the traffic congestion, which we all despise. I think the first thing needed with our current system is to make it super easy and informative, something akin to the Uber app. I was at a bus station and tried to get home, but there was no easy access to information, no idea when the next bus would come. I suggest something like the San Francisco Muni mobile app as a model, and easy to use, easy to pay, knows your location and which transportation is nearby and coming to you. Finally, there are a few naysayers points which should be considered, but overall,
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Mike Bullock, who will be followed by Blair Beekman.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mike Bullock, I live up in Oceanside, and I really appreciate the work you're doing, the long hours you put in, and it's really quite commendable what you do. We have to recognize the danger of misinformation. And we have to make sure that we don't put out misinformation ourselves. Now, on June 14th, there was an opening, which is a significant event for SANDAG. And I noticed you didn't mention it, but a carpool lane is open on I-5. And statements were made that are just not correct. And it is that these carpool lanes will somehow reduce vehicle miles traveled and reduce congestion. Of course, it will not, because of induced traffic demand. When steady state conditions are reached, there will be just as bad congestion. There'll be more traffic and more greenhouse gas.
Our next speaker will be Blair Beekman, who will be followed by the original draw, and the original draw will be our final speaker on this item.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for letting me speak at public comment time, or remembering and noting that the final time, just late public comment time. Thank you that having public comment before the closed session report. That's good thinking. Thank you. I wanted to offer that you know, we're talking a lot about housing issues in San Diego at this time, comprehensive ideas in the city of San Diego that other cities are considering as well. The city of San Jose has been going through a lot of argument around the future of quick shelter builds versus affordable housing development. And interestingly, that whole conversation has just brought up that we can talk about all those concepts together at the same time. And hopefully San Diego can learn those skills and to do that sort of good work. Good luck in our efforts to do that. And good luck with tech accountability and openness. That's really important to myself that we can address. And that minimal practices with tech is really.
Our final speaker on this item is the original draw. You can go ahead.
People need to listen to the words that are being used, like behavioral changes. Like, you guys aren't going to be able to push this new way of life without pushing behavioral changes in people. And that's why you have your whole behavioral health, you know, stuff coming forward, because, you know, you have to change the way that people think and do all this stuff in order to comply with your globalist agenda. And you guys are sitting there in lockstep on the board, Nora, Hassan, and Sean, sitting there like trying to intimidate people because you need their behavior to change so that, you know, you can get them to go along with it. So it's going on across the board, but you guys can't have that without punitively taxing or, you know, giving someone a fee or doing all this stuff, telling them that they basically can't wear purple now. I mean, and that you're going to charge them if they do. I mean, you might as well tell people if they have brown hair that they're going to start having to pay a fee. You'll never get into your way of doing things if you don't punish the people into changing everything that they're doing. And if they don't go along with it, they got a behavioral health issue and you'll lock them up.
That concludes the public speakers.
Go ahead and move to closed session. I'm going to ask everyone who does not need to be here for that to please exit the room, and we'll reconvene after we share. And we will reconvene and then share any reportable items if there's any. So I'm going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break and then have the team reset, and then we're going to go ahead and start.
Okay. Sure, I'm ready to report out when you're ready.
All right, let me go ahead and have our legal counsel report out.
In closed session on item 18, the board was briefed regarding real property negotiations on the properties referenced in the agenda. There's no reportable action at this time. On item 19, the board was briefed on the status of the reference litigation and provided direction to the Office of General Counsel to defend SANDAG's interest in that matter. On item 19, City of San Diego representatives were not present for the item, and the closed session materials were not shared with. That concludes the report out.
Thank you very much. With that, we are now adjourned and we'll see you at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job there, Ryan.
I like your efficiency. I spoke once this time.